I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial, Daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Juror podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, we'll have some coffee.
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Hello and good morning. I hope everybody is having a great start to their day. It is Thursday, September 12th, and we are on day 4 of the Laurie Shaver trial. I am Jessika for Justice, guest hosting for Brandi, and Brandi is in court. So she's giving us updates. I'm updating you guys when I can in chat. She's been tweeting, so we are going to take a look at some of her tweets that we might have missed, and we'll discuss the jury again. I couldn't find my chapstick before I started. I'm definitely going to have to look for it. I need chapstick. I love chapstick. All right, let's see. Just pulling up the court feed. All right, it is the ceiling. Cool. All right, let me pull up some of Brandi's tweets. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. I wish you guys could hear my cat screaming at me, but you can't. Alright, let me move the closed... Oh, there's no closed caption right now. Let's see. Yes, I want you there, though. Well, I'll move it whenever it actually comes on. Alright. Because I don't use YouTube on my computer that often, and I had no clue that you could actually move the closed caption. And then there's a couple recaps that the news did yesterday of what happened. That is Ghostbusters. And I have little, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man on this picture here. It's actually my dog as the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and me as a Ghostbuster. One of my friends made it years ago. Alright. So let's see. Brandi has some recaps on her Twitter. Make sure that you're following her on her Twitter. But one of the things that she tweeted about was... Well, now I'm going to stop sharing this screen and share a different one. Was the phone number change. So I don't know if you guys remember that from yesterday. So Mike Shaver's phone number, 5121, was changed to another number, 0941, for a short period in April. This is months after Mike's disappearance, right around the time Laurie was trying to break up with Jeremy J. and his wife Vanessa. This new phone number, 0941, was sent to Vanessa as Mike's number. It was changed again to a third number, 8444, which just so happens to be the phone number that was listed to the court in an official notice of current contact info that was filled out 7616 as Laurie's number. That's even more proof that she was the one doing all that. So this case isn't going to be like one of those gotcha moments. It's them laying breadcrumbs and showing the total at the end. Because like the lieutenant said yesterday, she said just one of these things wouldn't get this person a suspect or they wouldn't be arrested. But all of these things together, it's definitely super fishy. And yeah, you can get arrested for that. It seems that the defense attorney has forgotten about circumstantial evidence, and like they're investigating. All of this stuff lines up. It doesn't look good for her. So I'm just going to play, while we're waiting for the court, I'm just going to play 2 videos from the news yesterday, a recap of the testimony of Travis. Yes, I do agree that the lieutenant was a great witness, and I feel like we needed Jimmy at the end to kind of cleanse all that from the defense attorney. Jimmy was just a very likable person, and he reminds me of like a southern, if Santa lived in the South, that would be Santa. So we're going to stop sharing this screen, and then we're just going to share a couple recaps. And don't worry, I am listening, watching the court, so we're not going to miss anything. All right.
Woman accused of killing her former husband listened today as her current husband was called to the stand by prosecutors. Now, the second-degree murder of Michael Shaver has Laurie Shaver facing a jury. West News' Dave McDaniel is live at the courthouse right now, where the testimony is now in its 3rd day. Dave.
You know, the man now married to Laurie Shaver said that when he met her, he had no idea where Michael Shaver had gone, only what he had been told about Michael Shaver.
And she called me sobbing, crying, and I asked her what was wrong. She proceeded to tell me that detectives had shown up at the house and they were asking about Michael.
Travis Filmer recalls when Lake County detectives showed up at the home of Michael and Laurie Shaver. It was the spring of 2018. Filmer told jurors what he was told about Michael Shaver. You see, Filmer had married Laurie Shaver.
She just told me that they were divorced and that he wanted nothing to do with the family, did not know where he was, and he was not around.
The state accuses Laurie Shaver of killing Michael. His body was found under a concrete slab behind the home, a slab Filmer helped pour, saying he never saw anything unusual. Once the body was found,
did you ask Miss Shaver how that body got back?
I did not.
Filmer said he did tell Laurie Shaver to get a lawyer. First thing in the morning, a neighbor identified a handgun he had purchased from Laurie Shaver. It's the same caliber as the bullet that killed her husband, but because of the poor condition of the bullet, a firearms expert said a positive match could not be made. A man who mentored Laurie Shaver's current husband told investigators what Travis Filmer told him.
It wasn't a matter of he was missing, he was no longer walking the earth.
Filmer's brother said he had heard that Travis had made that remark as well. All along, the defense attorney has said that the case that the state is bringing is extremely circumstantial. He went round and round with a detective this afternoon on the witness stand, saying that in his mind, they found a man murdered, buried in the ground at a home, and jumped to conclusions about Laurie Shaver. Reporting live in Lake County, Dave McDaniel, West 2 News.
They jumped to conclusions, guys. Here's another recap video.
The trial of Laurie Shaver continues. She's accused of killing her husband and burying his body nearly a decade ago. Yesterday, we heard from friends of her late husband who said he was well loved. One of those friends testified, saying the couple was having marital issues, and at one point he had to step between them to stop Laurie from hurting herself with a gun. Now, News 6's Emily McLeod is at the courtroom today, and what's expected here on the 3rd day, Emily?
Bridget, Justin, it has already been an extremely busy morning in court today. The prosecution calling to the stand Laurie Shaver's husband, Travis Filmer, and Robert Proper, who knows Travis through their church and is a mentor to Travis. Now, the prosecution questioned Filmer about his and Laurie's relationship timeline. He also questioned him on whether or not he knew the whereabouts of Shaver's husband, Michael Shaver. The state questioned Filmer about the concrete slab they poured around the fireplace the day law enforcement came out to the property to investigate, and a comment they say Filmer made regarding Michael Shaver to his mentor, Robert Proper.
Did you ever make the statement, it is not that he is a statement relaying from Miss Shaver, that it is not that he is missing, it is that he is no longer walking the face of this earth? Have you ever made that statement to law enforcement?
I did not make that statement.
Did you ever make that statement to Robert Proper?
Not as you're saying it, no.
Did Mr. Filmer make a statement that he said was represented from
Yes. Yes.
What was that?
We were discussing Mr. Shaver's disappearance, and he made the statement basically that it wasn't a matter of he was missing, he was no longer walking the earth.
But the defense questioned Proper, asking him more details about that conversation between himself and Filmer.
Whatever Travis said to you is not documented, correct?
Just just my word.
Okay, just your word, and your word may be different than Mr. Filmer's, correct?
All I'm doing is repeating what he told me.
We still have a lot more witnesses to hear from today. We were expecting the prosecution to call 15 more witnesses in this case. So far, we'd heard from just a little over half of those 15 witnesses. We're going to be in the courtroom for the remainder of the afternoon, bringing you all updates from this case. For now, reporting live in Tavares, I'm Emily McLeod, Getting Results News 6.
We are learning some interesting news.
Sorry. Perfect timing. They're just getting started. I was trying to swallow a pill and that did not work very well. But yeah, they're just jumping to conclusions, guys.
They were present in case number 24 CF 596, State of Florida versus Daniel Trenton Purdue. Present for sentencing. Please state your name for the record, sir.
Daniel Purdue.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today
Okay, that's the court. The audio is the court. That's not me. You can see from the closed captions there's no audio. So it'll probably be back in a second. Because it sounds like they're talking to somebody. I know that they had set for 8:30 this morning. They were going to discuss something with the guardian ad litem that has to do with the daughter's testimony. So that could be why they muted it. So, but I guess we'll see. Yeah, the cat's name is Addie. Oh yeah, no, I need to clean my glasses. I will deal with that later. It is smudged. Huh. And we're still looking at the ceiling. But yeah, probably because it's the guardian ad litem. Because I do remember them talking about 8:30 this morning, yesterday, about the daughter. So, alright. So, we're going to go back and look at some of Brandi's recap tweets that we didn't get a chance to talk about yet. So Wiggs asking why Dale didn't put in the report that they didn't find a financial motive is a moot point. You can't collect life insurance when you don't have a death certificate. There would be no reason to list that. Yeah, there's a lot of questions that he asks that doesn't make any sense. Oh, the judge has a sentencing? Oh, well, crap. Well, they're supposed to talk about the daughter, too. So, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how long it takes for them to actually get started this morning. Well, I'm glad you guys know that a case was called, because I had no idea. Yeah, there we go. Brandi just said that's exactly what it is. So, we will get started when they get started. I wonder how long sentencing takes. That is a good question. I don't know if they, well, so the testimony they're supposed to show of the daughter, but just the audio, not her face. And then the guardian ad litem, I don't know. Maybe that's why they keep saying that child, because they're not saying her name. Hopefully Brandi's not getting sentenced for her face expressions. And we already talked about the phone number. Wiggs, yeah, yesterday Wiggs just asked the witness if anything from CenturyLink, the internet provider, was able to verify documents sent from Facebook. Ceesh, I bet the IT person on the jury is loving this cross-examination. The state keeps objecting and going to sidebars, and I imagine them up there trying to explain internet routers and texts and emails and Facebook. Don't most lawyers have like paralegals and, people that will explain this stuff? Like if you're using this as a defense, shouldn't he have had an expert or somebody explain this stuff to him? I would assume. I would hope. I don't know. It certainly doesn't seem like it. Well, it's tough to not make faces with that lawyer for sure. He's definitely something else, and some of the questions I can't help. Oh yeah, so let's talk about juror drama. So where's my phone? So there were some issues. Yesterday. So let's talk about the jury. So Laurie's attorney was outside talking to the press, and there was a juror present there. So that's not good, that the defense's attorney was outside talking to the media and then there was a juror right there. So this is something that's going to have to be addressed in the court this morning, which is really ironic because the last 2 mornings they're talking about people on social media and what they're doing and trying to get them in trouble or pulled from the witness list, but they're not following the rules either. So, let's see. Yeah, I think that's interesting that he did that. When they're criticizing so many other people. Like yesterday, they brought up poor Kendall in the chat saying that she's been on social media and shouldn't testify, but she wasn't going to testify to begin with. Wiggs asks her after every witness if there's anything else she wants him to ask. It's a good idea, keeps her from complaining about not having adequate representation. Well, Sarah Boone's attorney should take that advice. We'll see how long Sarah Boone's attorney lasts. And hopefully I'm saying that right. I think it's Boone. But yeah, I don't know. I'll have to ask which juror, which nickname, was it Aunt Fix Your Face? Was it the arthritis medicine guy? Let me ask Brandi. Do you know which one? So he's not a good lawyer for someone who's facing life. Yes, I agree. I definitely see some similarities with their personalities. So, just to refresh. Oh, Sarah Boone, they could be cellmates. So let's talk about the jurors again, just a reminder of the nicknames. So we have one that doesn't have a nickname yet, but she's a female in her late 40s. And then, oh, here we go. Hold on. They're coming. They're getting started. Wiggs is talking, just introducing himself. You're not missing anything.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you
They're
in. Do you
being
solemnly
sworn
swear
in.
or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. And are we conducting a proffer this morning?
Yes.
Okay, and the parties are prepared to proceed? Okay. All right, then we just need Miss Johnson. Good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated. Make yourself comfortable.
Her
Let me
hair is
know when you're
different
ready to
today.
proceed.
It's not curly, it's straight. She did something different.
Your Honor, as it relates to this proffer, I know that a lot of my arguments are going to come about why this witness should be excluded are going to deal with the fact that the information might possibly be able to talk about this hearsay. For purposes of this, I'm not going to be objecting in the middle of Mr. Wiggins' questions. I'll let him argue about the admissibility of the proffer statement after the conclusion of it.
Yes, sir. All right, and please state your full legal name and spell your full legal name.
Kelly Johnson, KELLYJOHNSON.
Thank you. And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, thank you. Please proceed. Yes, sir.
All right, did Laurie lighten her hair? I think it looks lighter. I can't do polls, so hit 1 if you think she lightened her hair, hit 2 if you don't think. It does look blonder to me, too.
Okay. And do you remember being judicially appointed on this case involving Ms. Shaver? Okay. If I can approach Judge and show her Defense Exhibit A for identification purposes, which is the order. You look at Defense Exhibit A for identification purposes. Is that the order you're looking at wherein Judge Singletary appointed you to this case?
Yes.
And in the respective order, what was your understanding your obligation was?
I was appointed to represent the child as an attorney ad litem.
Okay. And the child's name?
Isabel Shaver.
Okay. And having been appointed on behalf of the minor child, did you meet the minor child?
Yes, I have.
Did you discuss with her the facts or knowledge of the case with her?
As with any client, I discuss the facts of the case, the applicable laws, and possible ramifications of taking any position.
So, did you discuss with Isabel, did she express to you in any form or manner that she had any interest to testify in this cause?
She expressed a preference to me in a developmentally appropriate manner.
I'm sorry, speak up.
She expressed a preference to me in a developmentally appropriate manner.
Ms. Johnson, can you pull the microphone towards you a bit? It's adjustable and speak into it to the best of your ability. Thank you.
I'm not sure if I understood your answer, Ms. Johnson.
This is the guardian ad litem for Isabel.
Testifying in this cause.
As I stated, she expressed a preference to me in a developmentally appropriate manner.
Okay.
I can't discuss the anything that the child and I discuss, as it's bound by attorney-client privilege.
Right. Did you discuss when you were meeting with her, if she were to testify, the rights, constitutional rights, that she would be waiving by testifying?
Yes.
Did you express to her any legal penalty which she could face if she were to testify and the state took action against her?
I advised her as I would any client.
Did you detect any infirmity with regards to Isabel if she were to testify, that she would have a problem testifying truthfully?
That's not within the scope of my representation of the child.
So did you feel that the child was being honest with you?
Again, that's not for me to determine. The scope of my representation as an attorney ad litem is to advocate for the child's, what I feel is her position, if she's able to articulate that, and to advise and provide the any guidance I can in advocating for their position.
Did you detect any infirmities with the child communicating?
She didn't have any problems communicating with me.
Did you detect any issues that would raise concern for you as a guardian?
I'm not a guardian ad litem.
Well, an attorney ad litem in this case, correct?
I'm an attorney ad litem. It's a distinct and different role than a guardian ad litem.
Did you detect any fabrication?
Again, that would...
Without going into any discussions that she had with you, did you detect any fabrication?
Again, I don't believe that I would be able to express an opinion about that. That's outside the scope of my representation as an attorney ad litem.
Based on what your client had expressed to you, did you at any time meet with the Office of the State Attorney?
I participated in the proceedings consistently with my representation of the child.
Was that at the behest or request of your client?
In advocating for my client's position.
Okay. After that meeting, did the Office of the State Attorney contact you at any time to converse with you or your client after that conversation?
The child was subpoenaed to be deposed in the case.
No. Before the child was deposed and yet after that meeting you had with the state, did the state show any interest in meeting with your client or law enforcement to investigate anything that you had revealed to the state?
I don't believe that there was any participation in the proceedings until the child was subpoenaed to provide a deposition.
And did you appear at the deposition with your client?
Yes, I did.
And was the state aware that you were representing her?
I assume that they were aware.
Tess, I'm sorry. You mark this as C, I guess.
Can we get like a mic on him so he stops moving around? Like, why doesn't court have that when...
Ms. Johnson, I'm showing you which is what's marked as Defense Exhibit C for identification purposes. It's on the heading. It says Supplemental Discovery Number 31, issued by the State Attorney's Office. Does this document carry your name?
Yes, it does.
Thus, you would agree the state was aware that you were representing Isabel Schaefer. We move that into evidence. Judge, we move C into evidence at this time.
For purposes of the hearing, that's fine.
All right, without objection, Defendant's Exhibit C will be moved into evidence as defense number 1.
And A as well as defense 2.
Any objection?
No, just for the purposes of this hearing, no objection.
Yes, sir. All right. Defense Exhibit A, without objection, will be moved into evidence as defense number 2. For the purposes of the proffer. And that's everyone's understanding, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
Yes, sir. Ms. Johnson, the other day the issue arose, the state having been supplied a copy of the order by the court appointing you as the guardian, that you were not on an official witness list of the defense. You've met with the state, correct?
What do you mean?
The state at a deposition.
Yes.
You traveled to the state and met with them, correct? To discuss your client's case.
Yes.
They were aware you were involved in the case, correct?
I assume that they are aware.
Yeah. They directed a pleading with your name, service on it.
They served me with the subpoena, yes.
Pardon me?
They served me with the subpoena.
They put a witness with your name on it, okay? Care of you,
Yes.
okay? If called to the stand in this cause,
Thank you.
the defense would intend to limit your involvement just to the facts. Did you meet with your client? Did you advise her of her rights? Did you see any defect or deformity or issue that would preclude her from testifying truthfully? Is there any rule or anything that would prohibit you from asserting those facts before this court?
No.
Okay. Judge, we had listed formally, and I've supplied it to the state, what's now marked as Defense Exhibit B, which is Kelly Johnson's name on a formal witness list to alleviate any question of any intent to call. She's expressed what her limited purpose would be.
Go to the mic, sir.
At this stage. A copy has been sent by e-portal to the state attorney's office and hand-delivered here in open court. I don't believe that any prejudice would inure to the state if Ms. Johnson were to testify on these limited facts and would be for the purpose of conforming and confirming the competency of her client to testify in this cause.
Has that document been marked as an exhibit?
Yes, sir. It's been moved in. It's been sent through the e-portal.
Any objection to Exhibit B being entered into evidence for the purposes of the proffer? Okay, without objection, Defense Exhibit B will be entered into evidence as defenses number 3. All right, please proceed.
Good morning, Ms. Johnson.
Good morning.
So, the majority of things that Mr. Wiggs was asking you about are conversations that you had with Isabel Shaver. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And those conversations that you had with Isabel Shaver would be out-of-court statements.
Correct.
And the purpose of putting those out-of-court statements in about your conversation would be to prove exactly what happened in that conversation.
Well, it would be eliciting statements made by my client and something that I could not testify to based on the privilege and confidentiality of our communications.
So he's asking you about hearsay out-of-court statements?
Yes.
Okay. And so you can't talk about out-of-court hearsay statements. You can't talk about opinions that you've already said, correct?
I mean, I guess I could testify to that unless there was an appropriate objection made and the court ruled that that I could not make those statements. But the other prong of that is my role in representing the child in this case as an advocate and as an attorney. I'm bound by the professional conduct rule.
Absolutely. And after, and actually the Mr. Wiggs actually sought you out and asked you to participate in this case, correct?
There was a conversation about whether I would be willing to accept the appointment.
And then he requested Judge Singletary appoint you.
I believe there was a motion filed, yes.
This was not a scenario where Mr. Wiggs asked the court to appoint an attorney and Judge Singletary just said, you know what, I think Kelly Johnson would be perfect for this, correct?
I don't know that.
Have you seen the motion that Mr. Wiggs filed where he asked for you to be appointed?
I don't recall if I've seen the motion.
After you were appointed, you would agree that there was multiple conversations between yourself and me in the hallways about anytime you want to bring your client to talk to me, I'm available. Do you remember those?
Yes, we did have conversations.
But you, serving as a good defense attorney, would not allow her to speak to me until I provided a subpoena, which then gave her immunity. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So it's not that I never contacted you. You, as a competent defense attorney, wanted to protect your client and wanted to wait for that subpoena to be issued.
That, and I also needed to make sure that my client was well informed on and advised in their participation in this proceeding.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Please support. Ms. Johnson, with regard, you practice criminal law, correct?
Correct.
Now, the state just went through a litany question and stated, in essence, anything you would say would be hearsay of what your client said, correct?
The rules of evidence say, if I testify to an out-of-court statement, that's hearsay unless there's an exception to that.
Correct. As a criminal attorney, you appear in court frequently, correct?
Yes.
And at any sentencing, any and all sentencing, in fact, every sentencing, every attorney has to go through a litany with the court about the rights that they've advised their client on, correct?
Correct.
The right to remain silent, correct?
Correct.
Maximum penalties, correct? Their presumed competence and desire to enter a plea.
Yes.
The waiver of appeal, correct? There's 6 different things that go into that. Waiver of discovery and the ability to proceed at that time. You also make a representation, do you not, that you believe the client, having discussed these facts, is competent to enter the plea, correct?
Yes.
And none of those go into a discussion that you have with the client about what they said, what they did. It's just a statement of their desire to move forward, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you were called to the stand in this cause, do you have the ability to represent those rights that you'd advise the client of and the preference of the client to move forward without discussing the exact conversation, like any other criminal case?
Yes.
Thank you, Judge.
Nothing.
All right, and Ms. Johnson, you're excused from further testimony, and Ms. Johnson is to remain on standby, is that correct?
Yes, Judge.
All right.
Assuming you're saying that any of that is actually admissible.
I haven't ruled yet,
Right.
but knowing that I haven't ruled yet, would you like Ms. Johnson to remain on standby?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, please remain on standby. You may step down from the witness stand. Thank you. Okay, proceed with argument.
Yes. Judge, Ms. Johnson was appointed by the court. The court recognizing there's a conflict. I can't represent her. I can't talk to her. Ms. Johnson can verify I haven't talked to her. There's been no influence. The child is aware of these constitutional rights. It's a summary proceeding, not revealing any conversations that Ms. Johnson has had with the client, just that she believes the client's competent to move forward, and that's the desire of the client. It's a perfunctory function. The state has been aware from the moment Ms. Johnson was listed in this cause as to her interest in the matter. The state's not prejudiced in any respect. If we were to call up a Richardson hearing and direct this towards a Richardson hearing, the state could point to zero facts how they've incurred any injury, damage, or prejudice in this cause by calling Ms. Johnson at this stage. So we'd ask that, she's been listed formally. The state's known who she is. She's been to their office. They've spoken to her in the hall. There's no reason to exclude her, just for purposes of clarity and allowing the matter to proceed and to finish the matter up in an orderly process.
Tell me exactly what you intend to elicit from Ms. Johnson.
Correct. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, Judge. Anybody that testifies, the court has to be satisfied, as in a criminal case, that they understand their rights, they intend to testify, they understand their obligation to testify truthfully, and intend to do so. That's really a pretty simple process. Because Ms. Johnson was appointed as the guardian in the case, we want to elicit that there's been no tampering. We haven't tried to communicate with the child, and she's been the one in charge and directing all conversations. So she would just provide that function of saying, I've spoken with the child, she understands her rights, she understands her responsibilities, it's her desire to move forward, understanding the potential charges that could be levied against her, and that she believes through her conversations that the child's competent at that stage. That's it. It's pretty perfunctory, to tell you the truth. If you don't have Ms. Johnson, the child can still testify. It just draws the court to have to make every little decision in that case. The state has taken the position, well, she's older now and you don't need Ms. Johnson. That's what they were advising us the other day. I think it's advisable, good to have Ms. Johnson just to clear up any ambiguity or issues regarding any competency with regards to the minor. If the court is not satisfied with that, we'd ask that the court have a Richardson hearing and at least have the state provide proof that they've been in some manner prejudiced by this. So we'd rest on those issues and that argument at this stage. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, sir. State?
Your Honor, my motion made it very clear that I'm not asking Ms. Johnson to be excluded because of a clear discovery violation by Mr. Witts. I put that information into my motion because Mr. Wiggs made an affirmative representation to this court that he had in fact listed Kelly Johnson, and that is just not true. I'm not asking her to be excluded because she was disclosed late. So the need for a Richardson hearing and discussions of any sort of prejudice because of their late disclosure is not necessary. The reason why I am asking her to be excluded is because she can offer no testimony in this case. Everything that has been asked of her has been about out-of-court statements, that would be hearsay, and he tried to elicit opinions as to this witness's veracity, which is inappropriate. And the decision as to whether or not any witness is competent is for the court. And the common law rule actually dealt with the fact that children under the age of 14 just are not competent. That has been abrogated by years of case law, and that's where the questions regarding do you understand the difference between truth and lie? Do you understand the difference between fantasy and reality? Do you understand the concepts of making a promise, and will you be truthful in order to determine whether a witness is competent? This witness is now 16 years of age. I don't even believe that inquiry would be necessary due to her age at this point, and she could just take a standard oath. But if the court, in an abundance of caution, wanted to make those inquiries, that would be fine. She's given a child advocacy center interview, which was recorded, where she has fully established her competence and the fact that she understands the difference between truth and lie. She understands the difference between fantasy and reality. She did it again during the deposition. There's no reason to question competence, and there's no reason to have Ms. Johnson come in to give opinion testimony about her competence. And once you go through those issues, which is what Mr. Wiggs has proffered the testimony to be, we are left with nothing. And so, since we're left with nothing, that's why this witness should be excluded.
Judge, I would disagree with the state. The state's saying this is opinion testimony. At every sentencing conducted in this court or any court, the attorney has to render an opinion to the court I believe my client's competent to enter this plea. So to say Kelly Johnson has no bearing or issue in this case is a misrepresentation to the court. But the state was advised of her, and it was court appointed. When I advised the court the other day, she had been listed. She was court appointed, of which the state had full knowledge. The reason we sought Ms. Johnson out was to create a barrier in light of the charges that the child could be facing. It's a safeguard for the court, irregardless of age, okay? And we don't want it to appear that this child has just come in here and somebody's just throwing the child under the bus. That she does have a representative that's gone over certain things with them. But certain opinions, as the state's offered a lot of opinion testimony through the witnesses in this case, it is appropriate. It's appropriate in any sentencing, and opinion is proper at certain times.
And Ms. Johnson was appointed in March 15th, 2022, correct?
Pardon me?
So it's been a 2.5-year process.
Right.
It wasn't as if Ms. Johnson was appointed a week ago.
No, and like I said, I'm not claiming.
Well, it's not about the Richardson hearing. It's about getting to know her client and then knowing her client and being the attorney ad litem for the past 2.5 years. So in terms of Mr. Wiggs' request, I'll grant the request, and for the limited purposes requested by Mr. Wiggs, Attorney Johnson's testimony will be permitted.
Your Honor, just, but the questions regarding his inquiries into the veracity of this witness, which Ms. Johnson refused to answer, I would ask that those questions be excluded and not be asked.
Yes, you make the objection at the appropriate time, not try to get every little ruling and pre-trial like this, Judge.
I believe Attorney Camuccio doesn't want the bell to be rung. Is that correct? He can't unring the bell.
And if I'm aware that there is something that would be improper to be presented to the jury, it's my job before it happens to bring it to the court's attention, which is what I am doing.
So please not inquire as to veracity or perceived veracity by Attorney Johnson.
Very well, that's fine.
All right. Is there anything further?
Yes. It has come to my attention that yesterday, after the court proceedings, that there was a time frame out in front of the courthouse where Mr. Wiggs was speaking with the media on camera with Ms. Shaver present. There was a juror that was sitting on the courthouse steps in proximity to that. I'm not saying Mr. Wiggs, I don't even know if he knew that she was there, but the issue that there was a witness present while Mr. Wiggs was obviously discussing the case, a juror there while Mr. Wiggs was discussing the case with the media, I believe we need to address. The particular juror is Mercy Langley. She was juror number 10. She was the juror that Mr. Wiggs had concerns about on the first day about having her head down and potentially not paying attention. She's also the same juror that during one of the bench conferences seemed to be carrying on some sort of conversation. I just believe we need to have the court bring her in, make inquiries about that issue, and then...
About the issue with Mr. Wiggs giving the interview, or about the conversation?
Probably need to take care of both. At this point, we have at least two red flags with this particular juror, and I think we should explore that potential third one. Just have the court inquire about those two issues, and then let her go back in the jury room, and then we can figure out if we just need to go to one of the alternates, or if Mr. Wiggs, based on the prior concerns of that juror, just wants to have her removed, still sit on this jury through the pendency of the case, but replace her with an alternate. At this point, we can do that as well.
All right. I will inquire of the juror, and we'll call the juror out individually. Are the parties ready to go?
Yes, sir.
All right. Then please call out Miss Langley, if you would. Thank you.
Y'all. I said that juror's name. That's not okay. Definitely not going to repeat it. So the issues that they wanted to talk about this morning was the issue with the daughter and the testimony with the attorney ad litem. I thought it was a guardian ad litem as well, but it's an attorney ad litem. I guess they're an attorney. I guess the guardian is just an advocate.
Swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
This must be the juror.
All right. And you're not in any sort of trouble. I just have a few
is this
questions
the daughter?
for you. And
No, the juror.
were you sitting on the courthouse steps
It's the juror.
yesterday?
Yes.
Okay. And when was that?
I sit out there every day at 5 o'clock because that's when my grandfather comes to pick me up.
Okay. And did you see Attorney Wiggs seated at the table next to his client outside?
Yes, I did, and I tried not to, well, I didn't look at them. I tried to pretend that I didn't know them.
And that's fine. Did you hear him say anything?
No.
Okay. Did you see Attorney Wiggs giving an interview?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear any of it?
No.
Okay. And also yesterday in the jury box, there was a conversation. Were you speaking with the other jurors?
Yes.
Okay. And about what?
I don't remember.
Okay. Don't recall. Were you speaking to just one other juror or multiple jurors?
I think it was about one of the photographs because it made me uncomfortable.
Okay.
That was it.
All right. Do you recall which photograph?
It was one of the sexual ones that was being shown on TV.
Okay. All right. State, any questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Wiggs? All right. All right. At this point, Ms. Langley, you'll return with the other jurors, and we will call you in shortly. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, how old is she? She sounded so young.
All right. Based on that, what are the parties' preferences?
I asked the state, they raised it. They've heard the testimony. It's fine.
Okay. The juror does not need to be excluded. Okay. Mr. Wiggs? Okay. So based on the stipulation of the parties, Ms. Langley will remain on the jury. All right. Thank you.
But when the jury does come in and you go through the normal, media.
Yes, sir.
Can you also give them a reminder, though, that they're not to start deliberations until everything is done, not to talk about any of the particular evidence? I'm not saying that.
And I believe I always have.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Not to speak with each other or anyone else. So, all right. Anything further?
No. Yes, sir.
All right. Please call in the jurors. Thank you.
Yeah, they also said that she waits for her dad to give her a ride home, so she's probably just an adult. And imagine the first jury that you're on is for this trial, something that is televised and a murder trial. That's crazy. That's gonna be interesting. I thought they were gonna get rid of her. I thought for sure that they were gonna use an alternative. I'm pretty sure you just need to be 18 to be on a jury. Some people just sound really young, too. But she's probably, like, just turned 18, like, last month or something. I think that they should have dismissed her, and they also doxed her, that poor kid. Yeah. We don't know if she's the alternate or not. What she said is that she was talking to some of the jurors and she mentioned that one of the photos made her uncomfortable, one of the sexual photos, which we didn't see any. We haven't seen any evidence, so we don't know which photo that they're talking about. I couldn't imagine being on a jury that young and such a serious televised case.
I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. I have some preliminary questions for the jurors. Has anyone spoken to anyone about the case? Any of the jurors, have you spoken to anyone about the case? Have you spoken to each other about the case? And everyone has answered no. And has anyone done any research regarding the case? Has anyone viewed any articles or newscasts on the media, read about it? Okay. All right, and everyone has answered no so far. Has anyone seen the attorneys or interacted with them since yesterday? Okay. All right, and everyone has answered no. And again, please do not discuss the case with each other or begin any sort of deliberating or deliberations prior to the conclusion of the case. So have you all followed those instructions? Okay. All right, any inquiries from counsel? Okay. All right, then please proceed.
State calls Jeremy Townsend.
This is her ex that she is saying buried the body, and this is the guy that she supposedly has his name tattooed on her. So this is the person that we were waiting for yesterday. So I'm really curious to see what his testimony is, especially since he's the one that's being blamed for this. Is he coming? Where is he? Everybody stay close to the microphones. It's my understanding that nobody else has been charged other than Laurie. Yeah, and I like that during the news said that the lawyer said it's just there was a body found and they came to conclusions. It's an awful lot of things to... Yeah, Brittany, I would agree. Just saying a photo makes you uncomfortable doesn't mean you're discussing the case.
Please be seated, make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed.
Yes, Jeremy is also Jay.
Please state and spell your full legal name.
Jeremy Townsend, JeremyTownsend.
And please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Please introduce yourself to the jury.
Jeremy Townsend.
Mr. Townsend, a couple of questions up front. Do you currently have an attorney?
Yes.
And when did you resign?
January 2022.
Prior to retaining an attorney, had you spoken with law enforcement?
Yes.
About the matters of this case?
Yes.
And had you spoken with them multiple times prior to retaining an attorney?
Yes.
And why did you retain an attorney in this matter?
When my name came out as part of this case, my wife and I felt that we would retain an attorney to help us through the process, help us understand the legal side of this.
But you were willing to talk to law enforcement on multiple occasions before ever getting settled?
Yes.
And you responded to all requests to speak with officers?
Yes.
Have you ever been in the military?
Yes.
And first of all, what branch?
United States Army.
When did you serve?
Served from 1998 to 2003.
And why did you leave the military?
I was shot 3 times in Afghanistan and was almost killed. Was medical retired out.
And the jury has seen photographs that have been
Through both my legs, and one right through my side.
Now, do you know Laurie Shaver?
I do.
How did you meet her?
I met her at one of the public parks.
And about when did you first meet her?
September 2015.
And what were you doing at the park?
I had my son there.
Are you married?
Yes,
How long have you been married?
16 years.
How old was your child at that time?
About 5.
And what was the kind of home-work relationship? Wife work that you worked, or the time frame, what was going on there?
My wife works. I'm retired out of the military.
And when you met Miss Shaver at the park, did she have any of her children there?
She had her son.
And did you all begin some sort of, did you chat with her? Did you start some sort of relationship? What kind of developed from there?
She approached me and asked if it was okay if her son played with my son.
Do you see her in the courtroom here today?
I do.
Can you point her out and identify her by something that she's wearing?
She's wearing a black shirt with white
Which seat is she sitting
next to Mr. Wiggs.
in? And when you would communicate with her, would she call you Jeremy or would she call you something else?
Jay.
After that first time you met her at the park, did you see her again?
Yes.
And was that also at the park or was that at another location?
It was at the park.
At some point, did you all exchange phone numbers?
Yes.
And when approximately was that?
About the third time I met her.
Did you all exchange text messages and phone calls?
Text messages.
After starting to text back and forth, at some point did a physical relationship begin?
Yes. Yes.
About when did that happen?
First week of December 2015.
How often would you see her?
1 to 3 times a week.
And when would these visits occur?
It would occur during her lunch break, which was,
Work at home?
yes,
And when you would go during the lunch break, were her kids there?
no,
Where was your son when you would go over to the house?
in school.
Did you ever go over to her residence and spend a night during this time frame?
No,
During any point in your relationship, did you spend the night over at her house?
no,
And we've discussed the fact that you were married at that time. Is it fair to say your wife did not know about these occurrences?
Objection, Judge. It's opinion, testimony, speculating about his wife's understanding and factual state of mind.
I'll rephrase, Judge.
I'm sorry, did you have knowledge of it? Did you know whether your wife knew or not?
my wife did not know.
You definitely didn't tell her.
No,
Objection, meeting.
All right, overruled. Please move on.
Had you stayed out overnight and spent time away when your wife was around, that would raise suspicions. Is that fair?
correct.
Leading judge.
Sustained.
Were you trying to avoid raising your wife's suspicions?
Yes,
Did she tell you about her marital status?
yes,
And what did she tell you?
that she was going through a divorce.
Did she tell you her husband's name?
Michael Shaver.
Did she tell you where he was?
She said that he had left with a friend in a vehicle.
Okay.
And when did that happen in relation to when you started this physical relationship with her?
When she told me that Michael had moved out, that was November 2015.
And so the time frame that you started going to the house was after that?
It was the first week of December.
During the course of the affair, would you exchange text messages, phone calls, and photographs?
Yes.
And during this time frame, what was the status of your marriage?
My wife and I were not in a good place. We were kind of going back and forth if we were going to stay or get a divorce.
Was there ever a time that Laurie Shaver expressed to you that she wanted you to leave your wife to be with her?
Yes.
And was that what you wanted?
No.
Did there ever come a time in February of 2016 where Laurie Shaver was upset with you about your status with your wife and your refusal to leave the marriage?
Yes.
And during that time frame, were there text messages about that?
Yes.
Showing you what's been previously been marked for identification, showing defense, states QQ.
So, is it a coincidence that her hair looks done today and he's testifying? You know, I don't know if this guy was before or after the car salesman. I think before. Yeah, Michael was still alive. Yeah, so it was definitely before. Yeah. Because I remember Michael called him. So. Yeah, he is dressed very nicely. He's dressed very nice. I didn't even get a chance to look at his suit. But yeah, even has the little handkerchief in the pocket. Kendall, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're saying. The car salesman was in 2014. Yeah, that's what I was saying. The car salesman was before Jay. Because Michael called him and said that Laurie was gonna hurt herself. How long had the defendant been remarried? I don't know. I was just looking at him when he went on the stand. I wasn't paying attention to his clothes. I would be a terrible witness. Like, if something happens, I'm probably not going to be able to tell anybody what that person is wearing. Because sometimes I don't pay attention to that. I was looking at his face. So, until somebody said he was well dressed, that's when I looked. And also I'm looking at the chat and all this other stuff going on. What is the male population of the town? I don't know. Probably doesn't seem like there's a lot of options if she goes after all the married man. And apparently, so Kendall says, according to Jeremy's deposition, he had an affair again after Laurie. So he's cheated on... No, that was a... Yeah. It's Kevin, I got it. Yeah, I was talking about the car salesman, so that's why I got confused. So yes, this is Jay's... This is the husband of the woman that we saw testify yesterday. So I definitely feel bad for his wife. Because she even had to get up and testify. So...
It states QQ, which is an excerpt from the Facebook records already in evidence from Michael Shaver. Do you recognize those text messages?
Yes.
And first of all, how do you recognize those text messages?
Laurie sent those to me.
And does it include communications with you and her back and forth?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state's removed states QQ into evidence. It states
45, I believe.
Same objection, Jay.
Okay, objection is overruled. States QQ will be entered into evidence of states number 45.
I'm going to go ahead and publish. Go ahead and refer to the exhibit that you have there. First of all, there's a couple phone numbers on here. On that first page where it says receiver 352-431-01419, whose number was that?
I don't recognize it.
Okay. Well, what about 352-613-4100?
That's mine.
Okay. And these are all text messages. You recognize the messages from the content as being between you and Ms. Shaver?
Yes.
Okay. And the first message that I want to draw your attention to is on the first page, February 23rd, 2016. Was that a message from Laurie Shaver to you?
Yes.
And up top there in the white, this is one at 10:17 p.m. What was the content of her message to you?
Why did you lie to me?
Okay.
That one?
Yes.
Yes.
Go ahead and read the whole thing.
Why did you lie to me about Saturday night?
And then moving on to the next page, 10:03:48 p.m., still February 23rd, 2016. What was the content of the message you received from Ms. Shaver there?
No wonder why you shaved your beard.
Okay. And what about the first message, the 10:03:48 on the bottom?
The neighbors?
Yeah, that statement.
Yeah, neighbors my...
You can go ahead and say it.
Neighbors my ass.
Okay. And when she's talking about neighbors my ass and no wonder why you shaved your beard, what is she referring to there?
I had shaved my beard completely off. I had a little smaller beard, kind of like yours, and shaved it all off. And she was saying that her neighbors could vouch for the affair.
Okay. Going on to the next page, at 10:08:45 p.m. On the bottom in the gray, what is the message that she sends to you there?
Nice wedding ring. Thought you didn't wear that anymore.
What is she referring to there?
I had my wedding ring I had put back on. Had a picture with my wife. It was posted on Facebook.
And did this cause arguments between you and Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And that was in late February of 2016?
Yes.
Sometime after that, did you learn that your wife found out about the affair?
Yes.
And how did that come about?
My wife contacted me April 12th, 2016. She had received flowers.
And then did that expose the relationship between yourself and Laurie Shaver to her?
Not at first, because she asked me who Mike was.
Okay.
And I did not know who a Mike was. Once she checked her Facebook and seen the messages from Mike, it started to come out.
And that was when?
April 2016.
At any point when you were over at the Shaver residence, was Michael Shaver there?
No.
At any point did you arrive on a scene where Michael Shaver had been shot?
I say what?
At any point did you arrive at the Shaver residence or any other place where Michael Shaver had been shot?
No.
At any point were you involved with any sort of altercation with Michael Shaver?
No.
At any point did you shoot or injure Michael Shaver?
No.
At any point were you involved with disposing of the body of Michael Shaver?
No.
And after the affair was exposed, what happened with your relationship with Laurie?
I cut it off.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, ma'am. Please, the court.
Yes, sir.
Stay near the mic. You can do it. I don't have much faith, but I'm hoping. Please talk into the mic, defense. This is what we need.
Let's go back to the original part of your testimony, Mr. Townsend. You represented, you had tension with the wife, and you broke up with her.
Didn't break up.
Well, you weren't seeing her, right? You were just sleeping with her?
With who?
Your wife.
Say it again?
You were still living in your marital residence, correct?
Yes.
And you stated earlier y'all were having problems, the two of you, correct?
Yes.
So you guys are having problems, and you're cheating on your wife, correct?
Yes.
And at the same time you said, but I don't want to end the relationship, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so you stated that you go over to Laurie's about 1 to 3 times a week, correct?
Correct.
And what time would that be?
11 to 12.
Okay. Never any earlier, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you went over there more than 1 or 3 times a week, correct?
No.
In fact, you got Laurie pregnant, did you not?
No.
You stated that you never spent the night there, correct?
Correct.
So, if anybody were to testify they saw you spending the night there, you know where that may be coming from? Somebody look like you know?
I would not know who would say I stayed the night there because I never stayed the night there.
Someone who looked like him, I bet. For sure.
You ever represent to Laurie you'd protect her from Michael? That you were a military guy and had special training?
Not in that sense, no.
That you were in black ops?
No.
Okay. Your position, we've heard on your direct examination that you met her in September of 2015, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you ever made a statement inconsistent with that?
Not that I'm aware.
Not that you're aware of, okay? I'm going to show you your deposition, page 5, beginning on line 11 through 12. I want you to read that to yourself.
What line?
11 through 12.
Go back to the mic. He's reading 11 through 12 in that evidence.
Hang on.
Yeah, let the man read.
It just goes on to say how I met her.
Now, I asked you, have you made a statement inconsistent with that September of 2015 date? In fact, on line 11, you state, I met her in the park. I don't know when. I mean, it was a long time ago. correct? That was your statement earlier in time, correct?
Correct.
Now, we're at trial years later, and you've got it pinpointed to a particular month and year, correct?
I don't have to pinpoint it.
You did. On your direct examination, you said September of 2015, correct?
As I went back,
Sir, did you not say on direct examination September 2015?
Correct.
Did you not? Earlier, you're telling me I don't remember when. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. In fact, you went to the house, spent Christmas with the Shavers, did you not?
No.
Oh.
If anybody were to take the stand and say otherwise, do you have any idea why they may be mistaken about that fact?
I was there before Christmas, but I did not go there and spend Christmas with the Shavers.
Well, how long were you before Christmas?
I was there the first 2 weeks. Kids got out of school for Christmas break, and I was home with my family.
Okay. So how long did you spend during that time period around Christmas with the Shavers?
The first 2 weeks of December 2015.
Ever go shopping with the Shavers?
No.
Since Laurie, since you went back to your wife, excuse me.
I didn't leave my wife.
Well, you were over there with Miss Shaver having an affair, were you not?
Correct.
I wouldn't say that's gainfully spending time with your wife, is it? Sir?
No.
And when you went back to your wife, is it not a fact you continued to follow Laurie?
No.
Never met her in a store?
No.
Never pulled up to her next to the light?
No.
Never drove by her house?
No.
Okay. So you testified you were in the military, I think, between 1999 through 2003, correct?
1998.
98, okay. And 2003, correct?
Correct.
And you suffered this injury, correct? Have you worked at all since then? Nursery?
I did work.
Okay. And you're receiving government aid and assistance, correct?
Yes.
Did you tell the government about that? You're working? Relevance?
Overruled. Answer the question, please.
Did you tell the government about that?
I didn't have a retirement at that time when I first got out.
Okay. So when you got retirement later, then you became more ill or something?
Yes.
Okay. Are you working today?
No.
Yeah, let's try to ruin the veteran's money that he gets from the government after being injured. Because he was shot, 3 times?
I'd asked you earlier if you were in special ops or a sniper, I believe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you ever represent anybody that you were?
Not that I'm aware.
Okay. Let me show you your deposition. Page 8. Line 25. I want you to read that for yourself. My question again. Did you ever make a representation to anybody that you were in special ops? Reading your deposition, does that refresh you?
It states that I didn't
Sir,
represent
I asked you
myself.
that question. Does that refresh your recollection?
Actually, Your Honor, he was trying to answer the question.
No, I asked him if that refreshed his recollection.
Please re-ask the question and please answer directly.
You read your answer, correct?
Correct. It
My
says I
question
don't.
to you is just this. Did that refresh your recollection whether or not you ever made that representation?
and I stated it says I didn't.
You represented, no, I said to anybody, that I don't know. That I don't know, correct?
Can I just,
Were you going around telling people, Mr. Townsend, you'd been special ops?
I was not saying I was special ops.
Did you ever tell Laurie again that you'd protect her from Michael?
No.
Yeah, this isn't going to help him be liked with the
You
jury.
had discussed with Laurie about getting a divorce, correct?
I said me and my wife were in a bad spot and we had talked about a divorce.
Now, Laurie wouldn't be satisfied with that explanation, would you? She'd want a little more from you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So you had to broach this topic, make some representation that you guys were going to be an item in some fashion, correct?
No.
Okay. Laurie was content with you saying, well, I'm going to stay with the wife. I'm just over here having some fun?
The agreement in the beginning was...
Sir, is that what the relationship was?
Your Honor, to let him answer his question.
No, not the question when I'm asking about...
Dude!
Come on up for a sidebar, please. Thank you.
He's like, so... He's acting much more hostile to this witness than he's been to any other witness. Do you not understand that people have affairs and don't leave their wife? That's literally why it's called an affair. He never left his wife. They were having issues and they might have gotten divorced. Yeah, alright, let's see what Brandi says about the jury. The jury's watching. Aunt Fix Your Face is taking notes. Solange still has her head down for most of it, but she popped up when Wiggs got loud. So for the record, Solange is also the juror that was called to be spoken to this morning. And that's not her real name. These are just nicknames given to them. So Solange was also the juror that they spoke to this morning. But I don't think that he's doing anything to help get the jury on his side. Wiggs is just...
Mr. Townsend, you were describing the relationship you had with Laurie. You're having this affair with her, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Tell us about this relationship. What your understanding was with Laurie Shaver.
They're supposed to be friends with benefits, no strings attached.
Friends with benefits. Okay?
Is that a crazy concept to Wiggs?
And yet
Wiggs
you're
doesn't
still
understand.
contemplating a divorce at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there was a discussion.
A discussion about what?
Now, your position is you had no knowledge of Michael Shaver being shot, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You weren't in the house, correct?
Correct.
Now, you knew the Shaver children, correct?
I didn't know them, like, on a personal basis. I knew she had children. I only seen them a handful of times.
Okay. A handful of times. You're there 2-3 times a week, okay?
The kids were in school.
Now, you're there at their Christmas break, correct?
The kids were not there. They're in school.
Okay, during their Christmas break.
I wasn't there during Christmas break.
I like this witness. This might be the thing,
When was
so he
Michael
never
shot?
cheats again.
I don't know that.
Okay. Did you ever make a statement indicating to the contrary? I'm going to show you your deposition again, sir.
I know what I told you.
Okay. I can approach Judge.
Yes, sir.
Page 16, I want you to read lines 3 through 7 to yourself.
So he had asked him if he was there when Michael got shot. And he said no. And that he had no knowledge of that. He does have nice hair.
Finish?
Huh?
Okay. Your position was, I have no evidence that I was nowhere near during the time frame or whatever happened to Michael. So now you're saying, I don't know when he was shot, but I know I wasn't around there during that time frame. Correct? So you're saying, I don't know when this man shot, but you can't pin it on me.
But if you read farther, I said that.
Is that what you just said?
Your Honor, objection. I'm trying to answer the question.
No, you can rehabilitate your own witness.
All right, and Mr. Wiggs is correct. So please answer the question directly, and that's it. Once the question's asked, answer it directly, and then move on. Thank you.
Right? So you don't know when he was killed, but you're saying you can't pin it on me. I was nowhere around without knowledge when he was killed. Correct, sir? That's what you stated in your deposition.
No, it's not.
I just read it to you. You just read it yourself.
But like I said, if you read farther.
Sir, that's what you said, right?
Your Honor, can we approach with the transcript?
Sidebar, please.
I don't understand why, like, he said that he wasn't there. He wasn't there. He doesn't know the time frame. I'm confused. Am I not understanding what he's trying to say? I don't understand what his point is. You're saying that you weren't there, so, but how you don't know the time frame? Well, I wasn't there for any of it. So, I don't know the time frame. Like, that's what I feel like is happening. Am I wrong? Like, yeah, he's taking it out of context. Okay. Yeah, it seems like he is trying to confuse the jury, because I've been watching this all day, every day with you guys and recaps, and I'm confused. Yeah. So, Laurie's defense.
Did the state advise you of the date that Michael Shaver was shot?
No.
Okay. One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Laurie has had a very strong reaction to Jay being on the stand. She's crying. She's wiping tears from her face. She also had a strong reaction when Jay said he did not get her pregnant and that they were friends with benefits and all that.
Mr. Townsend, did you get a tattoo in 2016?
No, I did not.
Do you have any tattoos at all?
I do.
Okay, would you describe them?
It's an Indian dress chief with a compass and a map.
Anything else?
Roses.
You ever roses? Tell me about that one.
The roses are in the tattoo.
Okay, what's the full tattoo?
I just described it.
Pardon me, speak up.
I just described it.
You said it's roses in a tattoo. What's the full tattoo?
It's an Indian chief with a map and a compass.
Okay. Did you see Miss Shaver at the store in 2016 approach her to show her your new tattoo?
No.
Okay. You never did that, correct? No. Okay. One moment, please.
There's been a lot of things that seem to be coming from Laurie that he's saying no. Because he also asked him, did you follow her? Did you approach her in a store? Did you pull up to her at a red light? Did you get her pregnant?
Your family own any property in Silver Springs area?
No.
Okay, do you have parents in Ocala?
No.
Okay, do you have any parents in the state of Florida?
Yes, I do.
Where do they reside?
Crystal River.
Crystal River, okay. They own any land?
That their house is on.
Yeah. How much land?
5 acres.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. State?
Huh.
Getting back to the whether or not you've made a prior inconsistent statement about knowing when Michael Shaver was killed, let me show you your deposition transcript. And can you just go ahead and...
Judge, that's improper.
Sustained, please ask the question. If the question isn't asked properly, then you can approach the witness with the deposition. Please inquire.
Did you, in that deposition, tell Mr. Wiggs repeatedly that you do not know when Michael Shaver was killed?
Correct.
And that statement that Mr. Wiggs was reading about I have evidence that I was nowhere near during the time frame or whatever happened to Michael Shaver, did you say at least 4 times after that you did not know when he was shot?
Correct.
As far as September, your memory about when you first met Ms. Shaver at deposition, you said you didn't remember, and today you said that you first met her in the park in September of 2015. So what happened in between the deposition and today that helped with your memory?
Went back through all the old text messages to refresh my memory, because this is 9 going on almost 10 years ago. I don't remember everything I did during that period of time. So to refresh myself, if I was asked that question, I would know how to answer it. So I went back through all the old text messages and figured out when I seen Miss Shaver.
Nothing further, Judge.
All right, thank you. Mr. Wiggs?
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you for testifying today, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Yes, sir.
I don't know what I expected from this testimony, but I'm
Please call your
surprised
next
it's over.
witness.
The state recalls Detective Jared Strickland.
Oh. The detective's coming back. Yeah, that wasn't good for anybody. The way that Wiggs was acting isn't going to help his client at all. The jury didn't seem to like that.
All right, good morning. Please come up to the witness stand. Please make yourself comfortable and let me know when you're ready to proceed. All set? Okay, please state and spell your full legal name.
Jared Strickland, JARRODSTRICKLAND.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Please proceed.
One moment. Got my monitor on.
What are we doing? What are we pulling up? Yeah, so the state has not rested yet, remember. And if you didn't watch Jeremy's testimony or just joining us, I would definitely go back and watch it. Jeremy's testimony doesn't give anything, but it's an interesting watch to see the defense tactic and the things that he's going after. And I'm surprised that was it for them saying that Jeremy did it.
Introduce yourself to the jury.
Sure. Good morning. Corporal Jared Strickland with the Lake County Sheriff's Office.
All right. Now going back a IP addresses were shared with the Michael Shaver account and the Laurie Shaver account over that 2-year period that you analyzed?
There were 13 IP addresses between the two.
And looking at Laurie Shaver's Facebook records first, shortly after Mike Shaver's disappearance in November of 2015, was there record activity showing Laurie Shaver basically returning on to Facebook or becoming active on Facebook again?
Yes, there was.
And specifically, what indicated that when you...
There was a photo of her that was posted, a selfie that she took of herself, and the comments that were on that photo were essentially saying things like, "Welcome back, it's been a while, happy to see you back."
The state is showing defense what has been previously been marked for identification of states RR. Witness states RR, do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that exhibit?
This is a selfie photo of Laurie Shaver.
Is that the one that we just discussed?
Yes, it is.
And was that taken from the actual Laurie Shaver Facebook records that are already in evidence?
Yes, it was.
All right, this time the state moves states RR into evidence in states 46.
Any object on 90.401 and the objections that's raised in our motion to exclude digital data.
All right. Objections overruled. States RR will be entered into evidence as states number 46.
Go ahead and publish. What was the date of this selfie post and the comments about the your back?
November 11th, 2015.
Now, on November 11th, 2015, did she make another post?
Yes, she did.
And what type of post was that?
It was a status update, so it was just basically words that she typed.
State is showing defense was previously been marked against State's Exhibit SS for identification. Showing the witness, State's SS. Is this the status that you referred to?
Yes, it is.
And is that taken from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that are already in evidence?
Yes, it was.
The state would move states 40 SS into evidence to states 47.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
All right, objections overruled. States SS will be admitted into evidence as states number 47.
Go ahead. And can you go ahead and read that status?
Of course. Sending a huge thank you for those who've served our country, my dad, grandfathers, and to my brave, loving man. Can't get any braver than those men and women. So much respect.
And as the course of the investigation, was there ever any indication that her husband, Michael Shaver, was in the military?
No.
Was there ever any indication that her boyfriend at this time, Jeremy Townsend, was in the military?
Yes.
And what is the significance of November 11th, 2015?
It's Veterans Day.
Over the next couple of months, did she post anything on Facebook regarding her workouts or physical activity?
Yes, she did.
Showing defense what has been previously been marked for identification as states TT, UU, and BB. Showing witness states TT for identification. You recognize that post, TT
yep.
Specifically.
Yes, I do.
What is that post?
It's a photo of Laurie Shaver on it looks like a weight bench.
And it was that from her Facebook records that were previously entered into evidence?
Yes, it was.
And states you, what is that?
Also a selfie photo of Laurie Shaver in a vehicle wearing workout clothes.
And does it reference in the content of that going to having something to do with workout without reading what it is?
Yes, it does.
And what about states VV?
It's a photo of a workout machine in a barn or a shed.
Now, are all three of those from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that we've been talking about and are previously in evidence?
Yes, it was.
This time, Your Honor, the state removed states TT, evidence is 48, UU into evidence is 49, and VV into evidence is states 50.
Any objection? Objections are overruled. As to the three exhibits, states TT will be entered into evidence as states number 48, states UU will be entered into evidence as states number 49, and states VV will be entered into evidence as states number 50.
Very quickly, before we move on to publishing those photos, I do want to go back to the activity from November 11th, 2015. Based on review of the IP logs, was there any other activity other than posting photos or status updates associated with that date?
Yes.
And what was that?
Michael Shaver's activity also, I believe.
Was there anything on Laurie Shaver's IP logs and that is already in evidence that refers to her changing her Facebook profile name?
Yes, her name was changed.
And I'm showing a page from the IP summary. Can you just step down and indicate to the jury where that is and tell them what page number that is on this from the summary?
So again, same as yesterday, month, date, IP address, activity on the Shaver account, activity on the, Mike Shaver account, Laurie Shaver account. On November 11th, 2015, the action on Laurie Shaver's account shows a name change.
And thank you very much. Notes from you. Go ahead and have a seat. I'm going ahead and publishing states 47, previously marked as TT. Is this the workout picture that you referenced?
Yes.
And can you go ahead and read the post associated with that?
Slowly getting back into the weights and was happy to see these muscles come back alive today. Smile through the pain.
Go ahead. 49. What was the status posted there?
Mentally preparing myself for leg day with the most awesome personal trainer. Not gonna lie, I'm a bit scared. It's a love-hate relationship. She makes me swear, LOL, and I don't do that often.
What date was that posted?
January 2nd, 2016.
And finally, the cable machine, when was that posted?
May 14th, 2016.
Yes, her hair is totally different.
Contained in the Laurie Shaver Facebook records, was there photographs and other posts associated with her engagement to Travis Filmer?
Yes.
Was there also photographs associated with the ceremony that occurred on December 31st, 2016 between herself and Mr. Filmer?
Yes.
I'm showing the fence what has been previously been marked as states SSS for identification. What that states SSS, you recognize that post?
Yes, I do.
And is that post from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that is already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves states SSS into evidence as states number 51.
Same objection, Judge.
All right, objections overruled. States SSS will be entered into evidence as states number 51.
Go ahead and publish. And first of all, can you read the date that this was posted?
August 12th, 2016.
And was there any sort of message that was associated with these photographs that were posted?
Yes, there was.
And what was that?
God has gifted us with a great blessing, that of bringing us together. We are excited to now publicly announce we are engaged. We have appreciated all the love and excitement from our close friends and family. We are so blessed. I'm going to be a filmer.
And what date was that?
That was August 12th, 2016.
Were there also posts associated with the installation of the fire pit and ultimate cement slab?
Yes.
I'm showing you what has been previously marked as states WW, show up to the fence. You recognize that post and series of photographs?
Yes, I do.
And were those taken from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that are already in evidence?
Yes, it was.
Or at this time, the states moves states WW into evidence in states 52.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. States WW will be admitted into evidence as states number 52.
Go ahead and publish the photos. First of all, can you say the date that this was posted?
March 24th, 2016.
And what is the content of the post?
Newest project. Built this fire pit today. Cut a portion of the fence for straight access from back porch, and now just need to pour in concrete. Put in a new gate and figure out seating. Going to be a great summer.
Now, go ahead and look at the final photo in there. Do you recognize the children in that?
Yes, I do.
And who are they?
Those are Mike and Laurie Shaver's children.
Thank you very much. She referenced pouring a concrete slab. Were there later posts on her Facebook profile about purchasing some concrete?
Yes, there was.
I'm going to go ahead and show you states XX, show the fence. You recognize this post from states XX?
Yes, I do.
Is that related to the purchase of concrete from Laurie's Facebook profile already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
At this time, the state moves states XX in evidence in states 53.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
All right, sir. Objections overruled. States XX will be admitted into evidence as states number 53.
Go ahead and publish what date is this posted?
April 28th, 2016.
And what is the content of the post?
It was originally a photo of bags in the back of the truck.
Did Laurie Shaver comment on that?
There are comments, yes.
What did Laurie Shaver comment on that?
Yes.
Or what did she say?
Somebody asked what it was. She said cement. It's going in the area around the fire pit I built, going to make a seating area. Somebody else asked, how on earth would you mix and pour that? Don't you need a huge machine? Good luck. Can't wait to see. Laurie Lee Shaver, filmer, posted, nope, a wheelbarrow will do, and you mix with muscles, LMAO.
In the course of your investigation, did you
also find evidence of a subsequent purchase of more concrete,
Yes.
showing the defense what has been previously marked as states YY. At this time, the state moves states YY into evidence, the appropriate business record certification and no intent to rely on such as states 54.
Any objection?
No objection.
Without objection, states YY will be admitted into evidence of states number 54.
Direct your attention. Well, first of all, what is states 54?
These are records that we obtained from Lowe's.
And is there a receipt showing the purchase of concrete by Laurie Shaver within those records?
Yes, there is.
And actually, can you step down and bring that with you if that'll help? First of all, can you indicate here on the receipt where it shows that this is connected with Laurie Shaver?
Has the customer name, Laurie L. Shaver, in the top left.
Okay. And does it have a date that this transaction occurred?
It does.
And what is that?
September 12th, 2016.
Right. And can you indicate on the receipt the concrete?
Sure. 2 bags of 80-pound crack-resistant concrete.
Thank you very much. Have a seat. Shortly after, associated with your search for records about purchase of concrete, did you also look into whether or not any cement-related equipment had been rented by either Laurie Shaver or Travis Filmer from any of the other home improvement stores?
Yes, I did.
And did you find any evidence?
I did.
And what was that?
There was a concrete mixer that was rented from Home Depot by Travis Filmer.
That is already in evidence. Is there, after that cement mixer rental and this cement purchase, was there photos on Facebook correlating with the cement slab around this time?
Yes.
I'm going to go ahead and show you what has been previously been marked for identification as states ZZ. Showing the witness states ZZ. Do you recognize this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that a post from Laurie Shaver's Facebook that we've been talking about already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state moves states ZZ into evidence as states 55.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. State ZZ will be entered into evidence as states number 55.
Publish. All right, first of all, what is the date of the series of photographs for this post?
September 19th, 2016.
And in the second photograph here, what is being depicted in the photo itself?
The fire pit is visible behind the young girl.
And that ultimately is the cement slab that was covering Michael Shaver's body.
That's correct.
All right, I want to move on to some discussion of the records from Michael Shaver's Facebook account again. Now this photo showing the installation of the cement slab
I just want to be clear. What date was that?
September 19th, 2016.
Did you find activity on Michael Shaver's Facebook after September 19th, 2016?
Yes, I did.
Showing defense. Sorry, defense. Showing the witness was already in evidence. State's Exhibit 11. Publish. What is State's Exhibit 11?
It's a photo of Mike Shaver.
And specifically, is this a photo from Michael Shaver's Facebook records?
Yes, it is.
And what type of photo, what would Facebook categorize this photo as?
This was a profile picture.
What's a profile picture?
So with Facebook, you can post a photo that you want people to see whenever they either search for your name on Facebook or go to your profile. It's the photo that's front and center that people would see whenever they visit your page.
And when was this particular photo posted onto the Mike Shaver Facebook account?
March 8th, 2017.
So about 6 months after that post about the cement slab.
Yes.
Were there other profile pictures posted on Michael Shaver's Facebook profile after the cement slab was poured in September 2016?
Yes, there were.
I'm showing you what was identified as Stacy's X. Entered into evidence of States 12. Publish. When was that profile picture uploaded onto Michael Shaver's Facebook account?
January 2nd, 2018.
And when you viewed this picture, did it seem unusual to you?
It did.
And why was that?
It does not depict Michael Shaver anywhere in it.
So did you do any research into this photograph?
I did.
And what did you do? What did you utilize in order to research this photograph?
Sure. So I used what's called a reverse image search.
What is that?
So anybody can do it. You can save an image to your computer, in this case, this image, and you go to Google and click on a little icon that looks like either a camera or a photo, and you can put that photo in to Google search, and Google will search all of the internet to see if that photo has ever been posted anywhere else.
And did you find indications of when and where this photo was posted?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
This photo was posted on a Bloody Mary Mix company's Instagram page called, I believe it was Redneck Sportsman's Juice.
Now, the Facebook also have something referred to as a cover photo?
Yes, it does.
What is a cover photo?
Similar to a profile photo, the cover photo is like a large banner that's on top of somebody's Facebook profile page. It gives you more area that you can put stuff. Sometimes it can be words, it can basically be anything that you want it to be, but it's just a larger photo that can be posted on your profile page.
I'm showing the fence which has been previously marked as states BBB for identification. You recognize states BBB.
Yes, I do.
And is that a cover photo taken from the Michael Shaver Facebook profile that is already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the state would move states BBB into evidence as states number
56.
56.
Same objection, Judge.
All right, objection's overruled. And that's V as in Victor?
BBB.
Bravo. Okay. All right. Objection's overruled. States BBB will be entered into evidence as states number 56.
Publish. What date was this cover photo published? Or
November 14th, 2017.
So almost 2 years from his disappearance.
That's correct.
And can you step down? Did you look at the IP log history associated with Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook in and around the time that this was posted?
Sure.
All right, and what activity in and around the date and time of this cover photo posted appeared on Michael Shaver's Facebook?
On November 14th, 2017, the IP addresses are the same. Mike Shaver's account was a login activity that was done at 15:58 coordinated time. Laurie Shaver's account on the same day at 15:59 universal coordinated time, and it was also a login.
So within 2 minutes of each other?
That's correct.
Yeah, go ahead and stay there. Prior to Michael Shaver's disappearance, what was the general content of his Facebook posts?
Mike Shaver's Facebook activity was primarily focused on airplanes.
Did he post pictures of himself, his friends, airplanes, things related to that?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you, have you ever had reference to something called a meme?
Yes.
And what is a meme?
A meme is typically an image. It has words that have been transposed on top of an image. It's usually designed to be either witty or funny. It can be any picture that anybody wants to take, and they usually become viral and start floating around the internet.
Now, prior to his disappearance in November 2015, did Michael Shaver's Facebook show a lot of meme posts?
Only one that I can recall.
And after his disappearance in November of 2015, did that change?
It did.
I'm showing that's what has been previously marked as states CCC for identification. Showing the witness states CCC for identification. What is that?
The meme that was posted to Mike Shaver's Facebook account.
And that's basically one page from the 3,000 pages that's already in evidence.
That's correct.
Your Honor, the state moves states CCC into evidence at states 57.
Any objection?
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. State CCC will be entered into evidence as states number 57.
Go ahead and publish. First of all, what was the date of this post?
January 5th, 2016.
And what is the content of the meme itself? What did it say?
Don't take a good woman for granted. Someday, someone will come along and appreciate what you did.
Now, did you look at the Facebook activity as far as the IP logs associated with Michael Shaver's Facebook and Laurie Shaver's Facebook for that day?
Yes, I did.
And does that appear on the summary page 9?
Yes, it does. Sorry.
And what was the activity related to this post on Michael Shaver's Facebook compared to Laurie Shaver's Facebook?
Mike Shaver's account uploaded a photo. Laurie Shaver's account uploaded a photo.
And what were the times of those?
Mike Shaver's was at 16:05 Universal Coordinated Time. Laurie's was at 2:08 Universal Coordinated Time.
But sharing the same IP address.
Correct.
State is showing defense what has been previously been marked as states DDD. Showing witness states DDD. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that exhibit?
Also a meme that was posted to Mike Shaver's Facebook account.
Is that from the same Facebook records that we've been talking about?
Yes, it is.
State moves states DDD into evidence at states 58.
Any objection?
Objection, Judge.
Right, objections overruled. States DDD will be admitted into evidence as states number 58.
Ready to publish. First of all, when was this posted?
January 18th, 2016.
And can you go ahead and just read the content of the meme itself?
Some people need to mind their own business. Hashtag get a life.
Now, was there activity on the same IP address from Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook accounts on that day?
Yes, there was.
And can you go ahead and tell the jury, first of all, when the activity was on Michael Shaver's account?
Sure. January 18th, 2016, 3:35 Universal Coordinated Time. The photo was uploaded. January 18th, 2016, 15:21 Universal Coordinated Time. Photo was uploaded to Laurie Shaver's.
Very much. Now, switching back to Laurie Shaver's Facebook. What was the general, what types of things would be posted on Laurie Shaver's account?
She would publish photos and also memes.
Based on the sheer volume of the records, it's fair to say she put that account was posted to much more frequently.
That's correct.
And the large number of pictures of herself, family, kids, things of that nature.
Yes.
But did she also post memes quite often?
She did.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked as states EEE, showing to the defense first. Showing witness states EEE. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that a post from the Laurie Shaver Facebook records that is already in evidence?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state moves states 58 into evidence and states 59.
Same objection, Judge.
All right, so states E, over defense's objection, states EEE will be entered into evidence of states number 59.
Go ahead and publish. First of all, when was this posted?
January 8th, 2016.
And what is the content of the post itself?
The photo says sometimes you just have to turn around, give a little smile, throw the match, and burn that bridge.
Now, going down further on that same page, is there a reference to the next post?
There is.
And what is the reference to the next post that appears on that page?
Awesome day, getting dirty.
And what date and time was that posted?
January 8th, 2016 at 0018 Universal Coordinated Time.
And on the following page of the Facebook records, is there a photograph that's associated with that post?
Yes, there is.
I'm showing the defense what has been previously been marked as states FFF for identification. You recognize states FFF for identification.
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
A photo of Laurie Shaver with mud on her shirt.
And is that the next page in the Facebook records that we've been discussing?
Yes, it is.
All right, this time the state moves states FFF into evidence of states 60.
Any objection? Objection is overruled. States FFF will be admitted into evidence as states number 60.
Go ahead and publish. Now, during your review of the Facebook records of Michael Shaver, specifically referring to the photographs that were sent through Michael Shaver's Facebook account to Vanessa Thompson, did you find evidence of photographs contained within there associated with this photo?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing the defense what has been previously been marked as states GGG for identification. Showing witness states GGG. Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And where were those photographs from?
These were from believe these were from Laurie's Facebook. Or were these from Michael's Facebook and the images?
Are those from Michael Shaver's Facebook, the images sent to Vanessa Townsend?
They are the images that were sent to Vanessa Townsend.
Your Honor, at this time the State move states GGG into evidence that states 61.
Same objection, Judge.
Objections overruled. States GGG will be entered into evidence of states number 61.
I'll go ahead and publish. So the photographs on the left and right are from the photos sent to Vanessa Townsend, and the photo in the middle.
That's correct.
Returning to Michael Shaver's Facebook, as you were going through, other than that photo from the bar, were there other photos? Was there another photo that drew some suspicion from you?
Yes, there was.
And I'm showing defense what has been previously been marked that states I. Showing the witness states I. Is that the photo that you found suspicious from the Michael Shaver Facebook account?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time the State moves states I into evidence that states number 62.
Any objection, Mr. Wiggs?
Same objection, Judge.
All right, objections overruled. States I will be admitted into evidence of states number 62.
Go ahead and publish. Is that the photo that we were referring to on the left-hand side?
Yes, it is.
And first of all, why was that suspicious to you?
It, like some of the others, also did not depict Michael Shaver.
All right. And when you had your suspicions, what did you do to look into it?
A reverse Google image search.
And using the same process that you talked about from the bar photograph?
That's correct.
And what did you learn when you did that?
This photo is not original. It's been shared on the internet numerous times.
And when was this posted?
This post was July 25th, 2016.
And was there any other related information that you got from Facebook associated with this post?
Yes, there was.
And what is that?
This photo was uploaded along with a check-in location.
What is a check-in location?
So Facebook gives users the ability to let people know where they are. Whenever they go to the app, they can check in and basically tell people that they are at a specific location.
Now, do you actually have to physically be at that location in order to do a Facebook check-in?
You do not.
And was there information on the IP logs associated with this photograph and the summary?
Yes, there was.
And can you indicate, first of all, are referring to pages 53 and 54 of that summary?
July 25th, there's the IP address, along with another IP address that was also used in the same time frame. Mike Shaver's account with a login, and then also an action photo upload.
And was there activity on Laurie Shaver's Facebook utilizing the same IP address?
Yes, there was a password change.
And what is the time, first of all, the time of the Michael Shaver Facebook profile associated with this check-in in the middle of Lake Okeechobee?
Sure. Mike Shaver's account was on 7/25/2016 at 13:10 Universal Coordinated Time. The password change on Laurie's account was the same date at 13:04 Universal Coordinated Time.
So within 6 minutes, both of these accounts are utilizing the same IP address?
That's correct.
It's 10:45. I'd like to give the jurors a comfort break at this time. Okay, we're going to be in recess for 10 minutes. Thank you.
I was letting my dog out and making some breakfast. Some cream of wheat and blueberries. I don't know why that's what I've wanted to eat the last 3 days, but that's what I'm eating. Yes, I'll mute the courtroom stream because it's just white noise. For their 10-minute break. So the state might rest today. I would assume that they will, but it depends how long the witnesses take. They only have so many witnesses left. Yeah, and every time I take my dog outside, the cat wants to go too. And I don't mind her hanging out in the backyard, but sometimes she likes to try to take a run for it. So I try to only take her outside when she's on a leash. But she's quick, as you saw me chase her. Don't know if Laurie ever cheated on Travis unless his mom happens to know something. And the testimony with Jeremy was definitely very interesting, to say the least, because there was a lot of things brought up that Jeremy's like, no, like faked. Well, asked him if he got Laurie pregnant. He said no. Asked if they ran into each other at a store. Asked if he ran into her at a stoplight. And I don't know if it's Wilma. Wilma, I think, is the neighbor's name. She was a good witness, and she is going to be called back. And Jeremy could have lied. I don't know. But I guess we'll see. Wilma is one of the people that is going to get called back most likely, and she is the neighbor. And Brandi has a picture from Miss Wilma, and it's a picture from her property over to Laurie's property. So let me show that real quick. So here is, again, the photo. Share. There we go. This is the photo from Wilma's property that looks over Laurie's property, so you can see that whole property. And then Brandi also has a video of the ceremony. My cat is screaming now. She's walking around yelling. That Brandi does have a video, other photos of the property and a video of the wedding ceremony, because that wasn't the legal wedding ceremony. So let me pull that up real quick too. I like that my cat is yelling all the way up the stairs. She's upset that we left her downstairs. All right. So let me load this, reload. You gonna load Twitter? You gonna load the video? Maybe. There we go. So this is the video again. Twitter is running really slow for me this morning. We don't need the sound. We're just looking because it's just a song. So this is the dress. I don't know if that's white or off-white. People were asking if it was white. And then the background that's circled, that is the concrete pit, or slab, I should say, that was near the fire pit. So there's the dress that everybody was asking if it was white or off-white. I don't know. And this is also what the property looks like. Yeah, and this is Kendall's dad walking her down the aisle. So all right, let me show you guys another picture from the property. Let me pull it up if I can get this to... Yeah, I definitely think that Laurie was much more into Jeremy than Jeremy was into her. Especially calling her her man. And I don't think he ever saw her as that. What is this? Okay, so I do have a photo of the area of the fire pit that I'm going to show you guys. This is from Corporal Corey Anderson. So this is the fire pit area. Yeah, it's a commitment ceremony, apparently. But it looks pretty wedding-like to me. So that's the fire pit. And then I have a photo that was taken of them doing a vigil. No, Laurie's daughter is not in jail. She would have been 7 years old when that happened. They don't arrest 7-year-olds. So if she did do it, she wouldn't be arrested. So Laurie is the only person charged in this. Let me show you guys the vigil. You can get another idea of the property. So I would guess, I don't know if Wilma's the neighbor or if they have another neighbor on the other side that's close by that can see who's coming and going from the property, because the attorney was suggesting that people witnessed Jeremy coming and going. So maybe it was Wilma? I don't know. I'm glad I had that muted for you guys because that hurt my ears, what they just did with the audio. So this is where they had the vigil on Wilma's property facing Laurie's property. So obviously Wilma could see people coming and going, but depending on how far away, maybe it was a guy that had the same build as Jeremy. Maybe it was Jeremy. I don't know. And if you guys watched the testimony, they had a gun expert, and then they had somebody bring in the bones, and then they talked about the point of entry, that it was the back of the head, and it looked like it was from this way, but they couldn't be sure. And they couldn't be sure of the bullet because it was too mangled. She bought the concrete. She posted the videos of the concrete bags and all that. Her husband helped her make it, and so did his brother. They had no idea what it was for. Mike was found in a tarp with some straps, so it's totally possible she put him in a tarp and dragged him. But she's saying that it was Jeremy, that Jeremy did it after her daughter. Well, there's been more than one story. She said that her daughter did it and confessed to it, and then they said the daughter thought she did it, and Jeremy did it. The daughter had the gun to his head. Yeah, it doesn't look very good. The one that worked at Gold's Gym, I don't even know. That was someone else. I don't even know. Hold on one second. Sorry, I had to deal with something on the stream and I had to focus. I don't even remember. Jimmy was the other guy, the salesman, but did he work at a gym too? Or was that a different guy? You know, there's a timeline on Brandi's website, the 13th Juror website. So let me see if I can find... Here we go. Here's the timeline. We will all catch up. Oh, this isn't interactive. You guys definitely need to go to the website and check out the timeline, because you can click on it and all that stuff. So I'm going to post it in the chat. That way, oh, it's already in the chat. Thanks, mods. Or StreamYard. Or whoever. Definitely go to the website and take a look at the timeline. There's a lot that goes into it. Because if you look at the... And it's all squished up.
Ready for the jurors. Yes, sir.
Oh, here comes the jury. Go to the website, check out the timeline. All your questions have answers there. Well, not all of them, most of them. Okay. Yeah, that's right. She met Travis at Gold's Gym via Austin and Becca. Thank you. I knew somebody had something to do with the Gold's membership.
Have returned. Please proceed.
Now, as you were going through Michael Shaver's Facebook profile and focusing on the messages and screenshots of text messages sent from Michael Shaver's Facebook to Vanessa Townsend, did you find screen captures of text messages between Jeremy Townsend and Laurie Shaver where they appeared to be in some sort of argument?
Yes, I did.
And I'm going to go ahead and publish, go ahead and step down again. What was the time frame of these text messages?
February 23rd, 2016.
And taking that information, did you then look at the messages sent from the Michael Shaver Facebook account, the first message that was sent to Vanessa Townsend, basically indicating that the person with that account wanted to speak with Vanessa?
Yes.
Going ahead and pulling up that portion of the records, when was that attempt to reach out to Vanessa done?
February 25th, 2016.
Going to go ahead and get away from Facebook now. We're going to move to financial records. Did you get, we talked about getting records for Laurie Shaver's bank accounts and checking accounts. Did you also obtain the information for Michael Shaver's bank accounts?
Yes, I did.
Showing you what's been previously marked. It states JJJ, any of those records?
Yes, they are.
All right, this time the statement move states JJJ into evidence with the properly affixed notice of intent to rely on business records certification and business records cert showing to defense.
Judge, the same objection as to relevance, probative value, and authentication, as we say.
All right, the objections are overruled. Stage JJJ will be admitted into evidence of states number 63.
Now, what time frame of records were obtained?
The records began summer of 2014 until March 2016.
Now, prior to his disappearance in November of 2015, what kind of activity appeared on his financial records, his bank records?
What I refer to as financial transactions indicative of normal everyday life.
What do you mean by that?
Physical locations in stores, retail establishments, restaurants, consistent paychecks, paying of utilities and bills.
And the time frame that we have published here on pages 69 and 71 of the bank records, what time frame are we talking about?
October 28th, 2015 through December 24th, 2015.
Correct. Now, after his basic time frame that he called no show from work in November 10th of 2015, what types of transactions appear on those records?
The transactions the purchases at least are no longer consistent with in-store purchases.
Okay. What types of transactions do we have?
purchases online as well as ATM withdrawals.
And the ATM withdrawals, do they indicate where those were from?
They do.
And where were they?
Claremont and Disney.
Okay, so nothing from Georgia?
Nothing from Georgia.
And in other investigations, have you been able to go through and try to get video from ATMs and things of that nature?
Yes, I have.
Do they retain that video forever?
They do not.
So when this case came to your attention, had video from ATMs expired due to the 3 years that it had been before the body was even discovered?
Yes, ATM video is typically only held between 30 and 90 days.
And the online purchases, what were those?
There were 2 online purchases to Wish.com.
What is that?
Wish.com is a kind of an alternative to Amazon, another online e-commerce retailer.
Are they a little more difficult to deal with than Amazon?
They are.
All right. And what was the other online bill?
The other online purchases were for Walmart.com.
Are there any deposits associated with this?
There is.
And what was that?
On December 14th, there was an ATM check deposit at the Citrus Tower Boulevard, assuming Chase, in Claremont for $2,539.
And that amount, is that consistent with other financial records that were obtained in this case?
Yes, it was.
And what was that?
We received a copy of this check from Mariner Finance, payable to Michael Shaver for $2,539.
And is that the same check that is referenced there in States 29?
Yes, it is.
Did you do, after that check was deposited, what were the next transactions? And just go ahead and read the dates and what they were and the amounts.
The check was deposited on December 14th. On posting date December 14th, there was a $100 withdrawal in Disney. On December 14th, there was a $200 cash withdrawal from the Citrus Tower in Claremont. On December 18th, there was another ATM withdrawal for $500, also from Citrus Tower Boulevard in Claremont. On December 21st, there was a withdrawal in Groveland for $400. On December 21st, an ATM withdrawal for $500 from Citrus Tower. And then on December 23rd, another ATM withdrawal from Citrus Tower for $500.
Now moving on to page 71, is this the page that references the transaction with Walmart.com?
Yes, it is.
And can you go ahead and just point to it and say the date and what that transaction was?
December 23rd, card purchase. The transaction date that's listed in the description of the transaction is the 22nd, Walmart.com, $397.16.
And did you do research into, with Walmart, into the source of, or basically what was purchased and where that was sent?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you what's been previously been marked as states, well, showing defense was previously been marked as states LLL for identification. Showing the witness states LLL for identification. You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And are those the records that you received from Walmart?
Yes, they are.
At this time, the state moves states LLL in as a business record with the valid notice of intent to rely on business record certification, along with the valid business record affidavit.
Any objection?
Judge, same objection. Standing.
Objections overruled. States LLL will be admitted into evidence. States number 64.
Now, included with that exhibit, do you have is there the printout from Walmart along with the disc?
Yes, there is.
And this information that you received from Walmart, did it come to you electronically?
Yes, I did.
And is it easier to read the original electronic PDF as opposed to the version that is printed out?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I'll publish.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and use the CD. Now there's two documents on this CD. I'll pull up the first one first. While this is pulling up, can you go ahead and go into the bank records, the areas with the Walmart transaction?
Well, Walmart finally made it into the story. Seems to be every trial.
So as we go on here, what information is contained in this first page of records?
This is the order summary for the Walmart purchase that was made.
Right. And first of all, who is showing from the Walmart records as the purchaser?
Laurie Shaver.
And where does it show that this purchase was delivered? Is that on this page?
Right here, as well as right here.
And up here at the bottom, what is indicated here as far as the actual purchase itself?
These are the purchase amounts, as well as the date and time.
And is the purchase amount located on the bottom here consistent with what was from the Mike Shaver Facebook records?
Yes, it is.
I mean, sorry, not Facebook records, the bank records. And that also indicates the how it was paid?
Yes.
And is that associated with his credit card?
Correct.
Going on to the other pages. This includes billing information, other things associated with the Walmart.com transactions.
Yes, it is.
And once again, who is shown as the purchaser?
Laurie Shaver.
This includes information about other purchases.
These are the items that were purchased.
And what was the types of items that were purchased?
From looking at them with the close proximity to Christmas, I believe that they were Christmas gifts.
Looking at Michael Shaver's bank records, was there any activity whatsoever past December 15th, 2015?
No, there was not.
Your Honor, the state has no further questions at this time.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
What are you gonna do, Wiggy?
Mr. Strickland, or Officer Strickland, all the data that you introduced, all that's been discussed so far, does any of it mention a homicide?
I will repeat what I said yesterday. When
That's a yes or a no. Does it mention a homicide?
the word homicide is not appear in those records.
Correct. Okay. Does any of the records that you've introduced, do they discuss aiding and assisting somebody from being detected?
To repeat what I said yesterday,
Do they mention anything about preventing somebody from being detected?
not as you've quoted.
Correct. Okay. Now, you've spoken about financial records. You've shown photographs of Laurie with blood on her, correct?
With what?
Blood on a shirt or so?
Yes.
Did you go through the financial records, for instance, and link that up for any particular purpose?
Which part?
Well, the mud on the shirt.
Yes, I did.
Okay. What's the mud represent?
The mud was the day that her and Jeremy went to Revolution Off-Road on State Road 33 in Groveland.
Did you suggest that to the jury? Direct examination?
There were purchases made.
Did you suggest that on direct examination?
That wasn't asked.
Right, that wasn't asked. Okay? That, in fact, was not any implication that she had dug a grave or buried Michael Shaver, correct?
No, sir.
Now, you talked about or you showed images of Laurie working out. Okay. Any of the Facebook data that you look at indicate her being involved with Beachbody sales?
I have no idea what that is.
Okay. Any of it indicate, did you look through each and every document indicating why she may be working out?
Seems like she enjoyed it.
Yeah. A lot of people like to work out.
Sure.
Right? Doesn't suggest necessarily they're planning a homicide, does it?
To repeat what I said yesterday,
Sir, does it necessarily imply somebody's planning a murder?
no, it does not.
Okay. You talked about this Facebook account being accessed and that Facebook account and it being Laurie and Michael's, correct?
Yes.
Okay. More than one person could have accessed that account, correct?
Sure.
More than Laurie Shaver, correct?
Sure.
If anybody was in the house, Jeremy Townsend, he testified he would be in the house, he may have been able to access those accounts, correct?
Theoretically.
And there's been no link-up testimony between the IP, the physical residence, and any device, correct?
Incorrect.
Okay. Didn't you testify yesterday that these IP addresses expire over time? Was that your testimony?
Not that they expire every time. No, my testimony yesterday was that those records were only held by CenturyLink for a rolling 12 months.
And that there's no preservation of the IP address after a period of time.
Not for CenturyLink.
Correct. Facebook, do they internally keep the IP addresses?
They do.
In perpetuity?
They do.
Okay. Do any of the records that you've spoken about show causation of a homicide?
To repeat what I said yesterday,
Sir, I'm not asking you to repeat what you said yesterday. Do any of them show and reveal causation of a homicide?
define causation.
The manner of.
Those records did not know.
Correct. You mentioned about banking records, Laurie Shaver's not on trial for bank fraud or any such charge like that, is she?
No, she's not.
You mentioned memes that were posted, correct?
I did.
And one was introduced and it said, I think, something like, sometimes you have to burn the house down and move on, correct?
The bridge.
Correct, okay, and move on, okay? That's an expression, correct?
It is.
Did you find any bridge burnt down or anything like that that was relevant?
An actual literal bridge, sir? No, sir, I did not.
And these memes that you've testified to or have been presented are just standard phraseology, correct? This isn't a personal thing somebody's created necessarily.
Well, they can be.
Okay. Do you know who created these?
I do not. I didn't look into that.
Okay. You do these searches where you can look at photos and see if they're posted anywhere else.
Sure.
Do you know if Laurie Shaver created that meme, any single meme?
I do not.
Correct. And going back to all the records that you've spoken about that have been just ushered into evidence at this stage, you're unable to account for any specific number of images to say, this definitely came from Laurie, this came from this person, this came from this person, correct?
I don't believe so.
One moment, please, Judge.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Redirect.
When you're referencing Facebook maintaining IP records in perpetuity, is that how you were able to get the information from Facebook and create and where that summary was created from?
That's where those records came from. I have no idea what their retention period is.
And then, so for at least the period of time that you asked for, they were able to give you the IP addresses associated with all of those posts?
Yes, they were.
And now CenturyLink and who would be the one that might know or would know who the physical address was attached to those different IP addresses, they have nothing to do with Facebook and vice versa. They're separate entities.
That is correct.
Nothing further, Joe.
Okay. Just on this IP issue, just for clarity, Facebook may hold the IP, but that IP is not linkable to a physical address over time.
Objection.
Not with the Facebook.
Pardon me?
Overruled. You may answer.
Not with the Facebook records.
Correct.
All right. And may the witness be released from his subpoena.
He is subject to recall, but he can step down today.
All right, sir. You may step down from the witness stand. You're subject to recall. Please be available. Thank you, sir. Okay. And your next witness.
Next
this time,
witness.
The state of Florida rested its case against Laurie Shaver.
State has rested.
Deputy, please take the jurors out. Thank you.
State has rested, y'all. So let's see what happens next. So we know that the daughter is going to testify on the defense. So is this a comfort break? What's going on? Taking the jury out. Well, I guess they're going up to the ceiling so we don't see the jury. Because they've already outed one of the jurors' names. Alright. Yeah, can we just show the judge's face? Thank you.
We had discussed previously circumstantial evidence in any criminal case, how it could be used and the boundaries of it. We had cited to the court previously Smith versus Carlisle. That decision is cited at
378 Southern 3rd, 1213. It's a 5th DCA decision quoting extensive language on history of stacking inferences. What I announced for the court previously is the history of stacking inferences started with Knight. It was further represented in Sims and Law and numerous other cases. And back in earlier era, that when those cases were effective, the law declared that the state could not rely on stacking inferences of guilt to try to reach an ultimate decision on the state's behalf. Later in Carlisle, Smith versus Carlisle, that decision did away with that same principle. And it stated that stacking inferences was permissible at this day and age. But what it did is it went back to an earlier principle, which is the Volcker decision, and that's cited at 70 Southern 2nd 403. And that is a Supreme Court of Florida decision, 1954. And what Smith stated was, citing from Volcker, which recited the criminal principle at that stage. It states that stacking one inference upon another as a method of establishing an ultimate fact ordinarily should not be indulged in unless the first inference meets a test which may be analogized to the criminal rule concerning circumstantial evidence. And the court went on to say, well, what the criminal rule is. And it says, only if the prior or basic inference is established to the exclusion of any other reasonable theory, then you may stack inferences upon another. I've repeatedly approached the bench, to the annoyance of probably everybody observing and within the court, to preserve this issue for an appeal, and declared that there's no basic inference that the state has at any time stated in this courtroom that they're going to try to declare all the other inferences dependent and stackable, so to speak. So I've raised that and preserved it through this trial. At no time has the state announced any primary basic inference not subject to reasonable dispute. Without that basic inference, then stacking inferences becomes impermissible under the law. And the Volcker decision supports that principle. That would be one of the grounds for exclusion. Second, without stacking, with impermissible stacking, the state has never established causation. They have established that there's a dead body. They haven't established that Laurie Shaver is responsible for the dead body. They allege that we have a body and there's been some form of a cover-up. Now the state again relies on circumstantial evidence and trying to stack inferences without a primary inference to rely on to declare that the crime was committed and it has to be associated with Laurie Shaver to the exclusion of the rest of the world. We know there's been inconsistent testimony on that point. There's been acknowledgement by the state's own witnesses that devices can be hacked. They can be accessed by other people within a remote vicinity or within the access of the router. And it doesn't exclusively declare that Laurie Shaver thus is reliable for any homicide. The next thing the state attempted to do was to say, here's a body on a ground in a grave, and yet there's no evidence in any form or manner that ties to Laurie Shaver. So the only thing they're doing is trying to use a bunch of unsupportable inferences from the digital data, which isn't linkable. It doesn't make any mention of a death, a homicide, or a cover-up, to say simply you could have a motive and you may have committed the crime. That's insufficient evidence under the law. But we know as well, when we look at the physical scene, be it the gravesite, there's no DNA, there's no signature of a crime, there's no prints, there's no forensic data or evidence of any kind. We know there's no connective link between the grave and the home site. There's nothing found within the home site that suggests Laurie Shaver transported the body, committed the homicide, or responsible in any manner whatsoever. So the state has failed to establish circumstantially and forensically that Laurie Shaver is responsible for the crime. We moved Judge for a judgment of acquittal based on those grounds, state that the state is not supported, the state has not supplied a case with competent substantial evidence for the matter to proceed forward to a jury. And on those bases, we'd ask that request.
Thank you. State?
Your Honor, Mr. Wiggs is misinterpreting the case he's citing as far as Smith v. Carlisle. Once again, this is a civil case. Smith v. Carlisle states specifically, as it refers to the prior Volker decision that Mr. Wiggs also is relying on, and this whole stacking one inference upon another, which Mr. Wiggs' argument relies. In the Smith case, it specifically says, the standard of review in entirely circumstantial criminal cases has now been discarded by the Supreme Court, which accurately described the rule as confusing and an outlier in federal and state courts. See Bush v. State, 295 Southern 3rd. It goes on to say, in Bush, the court upheld a death sentence based entirely on circumstantial evidence, and goes on to describe how the Florida Supreme Court is going away from from the previous decisions in Knight and the other cases of which Mr. Wiggs' argument relies on. It says, and the Supreme Court in Bush relied on the United States Supreme Court rationale in Holland v. United States in order to come to that conclusion. This is a quote from the Supreme Court's decision in Holland. Circumstantial evidence is extrinsically no different from testimonial evidence. Admittedly, circumstantial evidence may in some cases point to a wholly incorrect result, yet this is equally true of testimonial evidence. In both instances, a jury is asked to weigh the chances that the evidence correctly points to guilt against the possibility of inaccuracy or ambiguous inference. In both, the jury must use its experience with people and events in weighing the probabilities. If the jury is convinced beyond a reasonable doubt, we can require no more. The Smith v. Carlisle case talks about how the court eliminated the special instruction regarding the circumstantial evidence case, and the Smith v. Carlisle case concludes by saying that it would hold also to defy reason to hold that a person can be sentenced to the ultimate penalty under the law of death based solely on circumstantial evidence that does not exclude every reasonable hypothesis of innocence, but a plaintiff cannot survive a motion for summary judgment in a civil case based on circumstantial evidence alone. It goes on to basically say that this current civil standard makes no sense in light of the Florida Supreme Court's criminal standard in Bush, but says that for it to be ultimately resolved in a civil context, the Florida Supreme Court will have to weigh in on whether or not Volker still stands in a civil setting. Smith v. Carlisle and Volker have absolutely nothing to do with this court's analysis whatsoever, and the Smith case says that. What matters is what the Florida Supreme Court said in Bush v. State, 295 Southern 3rd, 179 in May of 2020, where it said because this special standard, and this is talking about the overcoming all reasonable hypothesis of innocence, because this special standard is unwarranted, confusing, and out of sync with both the jury instructions currently used in this state and the approach to appellate review used by the vast majority of the courts in this country, we discontinue its use. The Bush case, and I do have copies of Bush as well as Smith v. Carlisle, for Your Honor. Can I approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up. Thank you.
Quotes the same United States Supreme Court decision in Holland, which supports that there needs to be no special review by the judge in circumstantial evidence cases to determine whether or not all reasonable hypotheses of innocence have been overcome. This stacking inferences upon another is not the standard whatsoever. We have presented, despite Mr. Wiggs's assertions, we have absolutely shown evidence of causation. The cause and manner of death was established as gunshot wound, and the fact that the manner of death was homicide. The circumstantial evidence in this case shows that Ms. Shaver was the only person with the means, motive, opportunity to carry this out. She is, the fact that the body was buried in her backyard shows that this was, as Detective Tamara Dale stated, not some robbery on I-4. The various evidence presented through bank records, Facebook records, phone records has established that Ms. Shaver has actively prevented the discovery of this body for years. Posed as Michael Shaver, used his bank accounts, used his phone, changed his phone number in order to try to manipulate Vanessa Townsend, changed that phone number again to a phone number associated with her. She's had access to his Facebook, access to his phone, access to his bank, actively covered up his death, lied about it to friends, family members, and law enforcement. She has a firearm that is consistent with all class characteristics and as caliber as the projectile found in the skull. The state has presented more than enough evidence for this to go to the jury.
Right, anything further? Yes, sir.
No, Judge. Opposing counsel has this wrong. He miscites the Bush case. The case I cited, Smith versus Carlisle, is subsequent to Bush. It talks about Bush and what it was, and it talks about that Volker was a civil case, but it indulged the analysis from a criminal perspective. And that's the very language it says. Stacking one inference upon another as a method of establishing an ultimate fact ordinarily should not be indulged in unless the first inference meets a test. So here's the new test. Because Bush did away with stacking inferences, it goes back to the former test, which is Volker. And it says, only if, referring to the criminal standard, they say, only if the prior or basic inference is established, there's no been basic inference established here at this trial, to the exclusion of any other reasonable theory. Okay? That's what it says. So counsel can say, well, that's a civil case, but it's quoting a criminal standard all through it. I submit these cases to the court.
Now, approach.
The state takes a posture that somebody buried in a yard must have been the closest body to it, must have killed the person. Okay? We know Jeremy Townsend was at the residence from his own testimony. There's no such standard by proximity equals knowledge, equals homicide. There's no case that's going to be supportive of the theory that the state would advance here today. Likewise, all the physical evidence, each and every piece of it, does not implicate Laurie Shaver. I submitted to the court a proposed jury instruction. That decision was Bowen. And I submitted to your offer to the state as well. And it says, knowledge of a crime, even if you know a crime's committed, doesn't mean you have to report the crime. The state takes a different posture here at this motion hearing and states that due to the fact she didn't report it, due to the fact that she covered it up and may have misrepresented it, she must be the person that committed the crime. Well, that's contrary to the laws I've supplied to this court in the Bowen decision. And the state can't contradict that. The state can't contradict the fact that there's no forensic evidence, no ballistics, nothing to paint the picture that only Laurie Shaver committed this crime to the exclusion of the rest of the world. A reasonable doubt exists in a multitude of different fashions, as has arisen in this case, and it is not sufficient on these facts to submit the matter to the jury. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, sir. All right. When viewed in a light most favorable to the state, the evidence does establish a prima facie case sufficient to support a conviction as to each count and the information. The motion is respectfully denied.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right. And Mr. Wiggs, does your client intend to testify?
I won't know at this stage, but shortly. Okay.
Okay. And how many witnesses do you intend to call?
Well, we would have fingerprint.
Yes, sir.
I would have been shocked if he would have gotten an acquittal, but I guess he had to do what he could as a defense attorney. Yeah, apparently it's totally okay to just ignore that there's somebody buried in your yard. Right, we wouldn't be here if she didn't do it and reported it. So they asked if she was testifying. He said he didn't know yet and he would know soon. So waiting to hear how many witnesses the defense has. Yes, her hair color and style is different. It looks lighter than yesterday. So the guy that she was obsessed over and got the tattoo from for testified earlier, so we think that she did it for him. We don't know if she's going to testify. The defense just answered the judge and said he didn't know if she was going to testify. So they're discussing the witnesses now. So we'll find out how many witnesses they're going to have in a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought they were back. They were just touching the mics. It's possible that she wanted to look good or that she knows that she's going to testify. I don't know if she's going to testify. Does anybody know what this... Is there a photo of this tattoo somewhere?
All right, Ms. Filmer, formerly Ms. Shaver, are you satisfied with the services that your attorney has rendered so far? Okay. Is there anything else that you would like your attorney to do in his representation of you? Okay. Just into the microphone, if you could, a little louder so we can... Please turn it so it faces you. Thank you.
No, I'm satisfied up to this point, yes.
Okay. Are there any other witnesses that you would like your attorney to call other than what you plan to call this afternoon, other than who you plan to call this afternoon?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. Are there any other concerns that you would like to voice at this point? Okay. And you are completely satisfied with the services that Mr. Wiggs has rendered thus far. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. All right. And we'll call the jurors back in and let them know that we're going to break for lunch. It's 11:45. We'll ask them to return at 1 p.m. All right. Is that agreeable with everyone? Okay. Please call the jurors back in. All right, please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned. And thank you for your time and patience today. It is now 11:45. We're going to break for lunch. So it asks that you all return to the jury assembly room by 1 p.m. Okay, all right. Well, have a good lunch, and we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Maybe this judge is in a habit of asking people if they have...
All right, is there anything further before we break for lunch? No, thank you, Judge. Okay, please return at 1:15. Thank you. We're in recess.
All right, so at lunch until 1 p.m., court will resume at 1:15. The state has rested. Defense is up next. No idea how many witnesses the defense has. They didn't say. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens with the defense. Oh, we got a black screen. Oh, okay. Not even the ceiling. Not even the zoomed in clock. Complete black stream. So, yeah, I'm going to leave the stream up. Brandi might call in. I don't know if she's going to. We'll see. That's if she's able to get somewhere where she can talk, because she doesn't want to do what the defense did. I honestly have no idea if Brandi's going to be calling in or not. Because it depends on where she goes, because the first day she wasn't able to call in. Oh, I almost forgot that I had something going on tonight. Someone's like, just confirming. Completely forgot. Really glad that they confirmed. So everybody go grab something to eat. Have your stream on so you can hear it. Brandi may or may not pop in. Yeah, that's what I'm asking. How does everybody know about this tattoo? Is there a photo or something? Yeah, so maybe the judge is just in habit of asking those questions, or maybe he felt like he needed to ask her that to make sure she felt like she was getting a good enough defense. Exactly, Serenity. That's the question. Is it true that Isabel has said she doesn't remember her dad? Yep. Then how can she remember shooting him? Absolutely. Laura told Court TV she hasn't decided if she's testifying yet because she will be limited to her testimony. Ah. The judge just asked her if she felt that she was getting a good defense, if she was satisfied with her attorney. So they didn't say how many witnesses they have, so we'll find out when they come back from lunch. So I'm gonna mute the court because it's just humming. And you guys don't need to hear that. And if Brandi comes in, I want you guys to be able to hear her possible, or as good as possible. So I don't know if she's coming in. She may or may not. Let's see. All right. I'm going to get off camera for now. I'm going to keep an eye. So you guys be nice to everybody in the chat. I got some dishes and stuff to do. So I'll see you guys back in about an hour. Like I said, Brandi may or may not pop in. So see y'all soon.
see. There it is. I'm on, right? Say hi. Say hi. 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 Oh, yeah, it's okay. See, I always have to see how it does like the little thing when it's moving. Then I can tell. Other than that, I can't tell when it's on. Hi, we are having lunch, or we just finished lunch. So I wanted to jump on and say hi. This is my. Say Nat. we're having lunch out.
Out in the gnats.
Out in the gnats, out by the lake. So we wanted to jump on and say hi. This is my friend Erin.
Hi, everybody.
Gregory that we all prayed for. This is Gregory's wife.
Yep.
So, and she appreciates the prayers.
Absolutely. Thank you guys. Appreciate it.
And she was in court with me for a while today and sat right behind. I don't think Laurie saw you, did she? Oh, goodness. I don't think she did. I don't think she turned around. I don't think she saw her. So she didn't have to, it was awkward, but but she didn't have to see her. So that's okay. But I wanted to jump on and say hello. We've had a weird morning, but I think the afternoon is going to be a little bit explosive because the defense is starting. So I will be in the courtroom updating y'all on everything. So, but we're going to get back. She said, "Hey, Erin, we love you."
Aw, thank you. Love you too.
She's been watching with y'all some, but she just hadn't been chatting. So, she's been watching with y'all some. So,
I've been wanting to comment. So, hey, just so y'all know, it is not the only people that are available in this town. There's actually some really good-looking people, and it's actually a pretty big town. So, it's a beautiful town in general. So, it's a lake town in Central Florida. So. We love it
beautiful.
here.
It's beautiful. I mean, you can see behind it, like we're at the lake right now, but like there's lakes everywhere, and there's trees with like the Spanish moss hanging and everything. It's so pretty, and there are good looking people here too.
There are. Yes.
Anyway, Walton said, comment with us. We're nice. She lives same place I live, so
okay.
She's
Hi,
like
Walton.
Neighbor. Oh, Kendall says hi.
Hi,
Kendall. Long time no see.
Right.
All right, we're gonna head back. I gotta get back in the courtroom, but I will keep y'all updated while we're in there.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Hello, everybody. I hope everyone had a good lunch. So, lunch was supposed to be over at 1. Court is supposed to resume at 1:15 Eastern, but who knows. So, just to touch base with some of Brandi's tweets. So, Laurie's body language shifted when Jay was on the stand. She leaned over to the side, had a visible reaction when Jay said he didn't want to leave his wife for Laurie. She also shook her head when he identified her as soon as he looked away. She also was seemed upset when he said he did not get her pregnant. And she also cried. Well, it looked like she was crying. She was wiping her face with tissue. That's some info we got from Brandi earlier in the chat. Let me see if there's anything else. And for those of you that missed it, the state has rested. So here it is. Brandi said Laurie Shaver appears to be crying. This is the first time the entire trial I've seen her cry. She's wiping tears away with the tissues. I hear sniffles. Hard to tell when it started, but it wasn't long after Jay's comment about her just being friends with benefits, no strings attached. Wiggs was about to end. Asked Laurie if there was anything she wanted to ask Jay. Now he's asking about Jay's tattoo. That's interesting. I'm honestly surprised that they didn't question Jay longer than they did or ask more questions. And they're not going to bring him back either. He wasn't one of the witnesses they said were going to get called back. The detective that was talking about all the technology, he might get called back. Jay is Jeremy. Yes, Jeremy is Jay and Jay is Jeremy. Oh, here we go. Oh, the white noise is back. Oh, joy. The hum of speakers is in our ears. Let me mute it until they come back. I will listen to it for you and let you know when it's done. And then Laurie was posting about her man being a veteran on Veterans Day. But to him, they weren't actually together. Oh, these tiles are much smaller. This is a different view than what we've got before, guys. New view. I don't really see much. We don't get the clock anymore. So we'll see who the defense brings up first. Yes, Wiggy asked for a JOA. It was not granted. I did see Brandi. I watched the chat. I was downstairs. I wasn't going to run back up. Because I knew that she couldn't stay long because of what time it was. I was allowing the dog and the cat to enjoy outside for a little bit before they have to be stuck upstairs with me. Because it doesn't matter where I am in the house, that's where the animals are. And it does look like she changed her hair. It looked lighter. It was straight. I don't know if she did it because she thought she would be testifying or because she knew Jay was going to be there. So to me, it's just very odd they didn't question him more when this was the person they're blaming for what happened. Like, that's how the body was buried. Even if if they're using the daughter's defense, then Jay supposedly still helped with the body. So the whole thing was very weird that the defense didn't get more into it. So I don't know. I'm not looking forward to seeing what the defense does next. Good morning. Oh, good morning. I said morning because somebody said morning. Missed this morning. Yeah, you definitely want to go back and see some of the testimony earlier. Right, if it was true, why isn't Jay arrested? Nobody else has been indicted other than Laurie so far. It definitely wasn't a good look. I don't know who the first witness will be. I don't even know how many witnesses there are, because when the judge asked the defense how many witnesses there are, the audio got muted. So unfortunately, we don't even know how many witnesses there will be. We'll just have to find out together. Yeah, her daughter is definitely on the list. That we know. We know Isabel is on the list. The attorney ad litem spoke earlier, and they were talking to her about some stuff. Yeah, Jeremy, you want to watch. I mean, you really didn't get anything from the testimony. It's just interesting. Yeah, the daughter is definitely testifying. I just don't know how many witnesses the defense has. They asked if Laurie was testifying. They said they didn't have an answer yet on that, so she may or may not be testifying. I don't know. Do you guys think she's going to testify? Well, I'm glad you can finally participate, Vixen. So, court will return from lunch shortly. Yes, they will. Camera guy is starting to move it. Court looks... I'm trying to envision this courtroom and the audio. She wants to try to manipulate the situation. Do you think that... no. Travis wasn't blamed for it. Travis was basically conned into helping lay the concrete, but they're saying that Jay helped with burying the body, and Travis unknowingly helped put the concrete down. The cable guy is here and keeps messing up the internet. Well, how dare he? How dare he? Yeah, it's definitely not... She might so she can get on the stand and cry while saying the little girl did it, but then she'd have to explain how she got him in the hole and why she stole the money. Yeah, it's definitely not a good look. All the other... Like the lieutenant previously said, each individual thing doesn't mean anything, but all these things together, it isn't looking very good. And there are multiple stories. One story was... Yes. Hi, Zach. Thank you, Zach. And if you guys haven't already, check out the 13 Juror website. Brandi has made a beautiful timeline that will show all the different things that have happened in this story that will help wrap your mind around it. There is so much stuff. So much stuff going on. There's so much overlapping with other people, other people's marriages, other people's problems, social media. There's a lot of posting on social media, a lot of IP addresses, all that stuff. Definitely check out the website and check out the recap too. Because even with watching the recap and watching this trial, I know a lot of us have gotten confused and lost because that's what the defense attorney is trying to do, is trying to make it as confusing as possible. And it's definitely all over the place. And even the way he's interpreting things are confusing. I think the other questions outweigh the saying the daughter did it on the stand. She'll leave that for the daughter to do. Maybe. But definitely check out the 13 Juror website. Let me pull it up just so I can show y'all what it looks like while we're waiting. I can still hear the court even when I change the screen, so don't worry, we won't miss anything. Hey, Brandi. Yeah, there's so much going on, and she involves so many other people. And the money the finance lady that testified. So this is what the website looks like, so y'all can see. And then look, this is all the different things that happened over the last few years. So there's so much going on with this case. I would definitely go through this because this will help you, because it's not you. There is so much going on. So, you know, she's done a very good job. She even called Disney HR on someone, Kendall, that was seeing Mike, and like the postcard from Mike, like all this stuff. It breaks everything down in there. Definitely jump on there, and that'll help. And if you don't have Twitter or X or whatever they call it, I would sign up so you can see more of the updates there. Brandi is doing her best to come in the chat and give updates during, but it doesn't always. Well, she's in the chat. She's going to do more tweets. She is tweeting, but she's in the chat room more. So I'm trying to make sure that we post those when she does say those. See, like this gives the date Laurie and Travis pour the concrete, September 12th, 2016. Yeah, Brandi's done a very good job with this website, and there's so many different things. The jury doesn't get to see the timeline. Right, that's the reason why I think they're making it so confusing. But for everybody asking all the questions, it's definitely all on that website. Because I can't even remember all of it. There's so much. Let's see. I'm trying to keep up with the chat. It's moving so fast, so I'm going to give it a second to, let's see. All right. Do you think the defense will be able to give the jury reasonable doubt? Brandi has put up another poll. I don't know what the court is doing yet. So if you guys can take the poll, then I would do that. When we did the poll before, 94% of people had said that she would be guilty with all charges. So we'll see. And we're moving. Well, what are we doing? No, just messing around. Cool. Hi, Amy. Thank you. What are we doing? We are supposed to hear the daughter, but not see her because she is still a minor. She's 16. And she does have an attorney ad litem. So she has an advocate, an attorney. So she has been consulted with an attorney before she testifies. And if you guys missed this morning, the attorney ad litem had testified this morning, and she really didn't seem to like Wiggs very much at all. I got the feeling she didn't like him. She was doing a very good job of being an advocate for her client and not really on either side. So if you get a chance, definitely go back and see what but none of these really are anything helpful to the case. It's just stuff to watch. Like, it's interesting to watch because of how they were, but none of those testimonies are really a bombshell for the case. Yeah, I mean, who does?
All right, back
yeah.
on the record in case number 2020 CF.
We're back.
We convened after lunch. Would the parties present please identify themselves for the record?
Nick Winship for the state.
Rich Dawson on behalf of the state.
Jeffrey Wiggs on behalf of Laurie Shaver. Ms. Shaver is seated to my right.
All right, Ms. Shaver, you remain sworn. Any preliminary matters before we call the jurors back in?
Just a couple matters.
Okay.
We
motion for judgment of acquittal.
Yes, sir.
Because that's such a sensitive matter with the district court, I just want to make sure I have all issues on that. We had filed multiple motions with regards to this cause. There had been a motion to exclude any reference to the sale of any firearms. We had cited the authority in there, Agathis and some other authority, to prevent any discussion about that. The court declined to grant that, and there was discussion about that. There was issues about the handwritings, the cards that Ms. Townsend testified to. We'd filed a motion to exclude those on the basis that there was nobody here to authenticate them as to any writing in the form of handwriting analysis. The court declined to grant that, and those cards were discussed. There was a motion to exclude the digital data that was extensive in this case. There was an extensive setup as to the authority and the proper predicate. No predicate was laid in this case, and the court just authorized the use of a business record. With regard to that motion as well, there was a case of Chanel cited within it, talked about when data is passed from one corporate entity into another, there has to be an analysis to the reliability from one corporation to the next. There was no such analysis. The court permitted introduction of that. Let's see. There was previously a Williams rule notice that was filed in this case. I understand the ruling of that decision. What we had asked, though, was that the minor child be able to talk a little bit more in detail about specific acts of misconduct, and as much that it shaped her reaction and motive as to this cause and why she felt the need to exercise self-defense. Looking at the self-defense jury instructions and the standard instructions, counsel would point out to the court there is a section in there that deal with prior bad acts and the instructions themselves. We've presented to the court a proposed instruction and have outlined the relevant acts in this case that would be subject for consideration. We still ask that those bad acts be considered in a different format, which we anticipate to introduce in this matter through the introduction of the testimony of Isabel Shaver. But I just want to add those to the motion for judgment of acquittal to remain subject.
Yes, sir. Is there anything from the state?
Yes, sir.
All right, the prior judgment on the motion for judgment of acquittal stands. The motion is respectfully denied.
The defense would first call Adam Narvaez.
All right, well, we'll call the jurors in first, but are there any specific issues concerning that witness?
Just the issues, the pretrial motion.
Sir?
I addressed them at the bench.
Yes, sir. Okay, nothing additional then. All right, then we'll call the jurors back in.
Here comes the jury. I don't know who Adam is. We're all going to find out together. I don't remember. I've watched all the same stuff y'all have. It's probably on the website, but I don't remember.
Thank you. Please be seated. I see that all of the members of the jury have returned after lunch. Defense, you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam. Please, the court.
Yes, sir.
Defense would call Adam Narvaez.
Okay. Good afternoon. Please come up to the witness stand. Please be seated, make yourself comfortable, and let me know when you're ready to proceed. state and spell your full legal name?
Adam Narvaez, ADAMNARVAEZ.
All right, please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Narvaez, I say Narvaez, I think you say
Narvaez.
Narvaez, okay. And you've spelled your name on the record. Let me ask you, what do you do for a living?
Right now, entrepreneur. I own several businesses.
What are such businesses?
I own a construction company, granite countertop company, a real estate investment company.
Do you know the Shavers?
I do.
Tell us how you know the Shavers.
I met Laurie through Travis, who's an employee of mine, several years ago.
Does Travis work for you?
Yes, sir, he does.
Does Laurie work for you?
Yes, sir, she does.
Do you have any extended relationship with that family?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a few years now. You know, as you can imagine, specifically with Travis, it's, you know, Monday through Friday, every single day. Yeah.
What does Travis do for you?
Gosh, Travis does a little bit of everything. He's definitely one of my lead guys for Legacy Construction, kind of a project manager.
And does Laurie Shaver work with you?
Yes, sir, she does.
Are you familiar with the other residents of that family?
Yes, sir, I am.
Do you remember when, do you have any recollection of when Laurie was arrested on this case?
Vaguely. Very, very rough with dates, but vaguely.
Did you have the occasion, subsequent to her arrest, to speak to Adam, any of the family members?
Yes, sir.
And did you have the occasion to speak with Isabel Shaver?
I did.
Without discussing the contents of that conversation, did it raise any concern in your mind?
They did.
And did the concern direct your attention towards the need for independent counsel?
Absolutely.
Were you at any time involved in law enforcement?
Yes, sir, I was. I was a deputy sheriff.
Deputy sheriff?
Yes, sir.
How long did you do that?
Approximately 4 years.
Now, aside from the work relationship, do you have any other relationship or knowledge of this family?
Yeah, we attend some of the same church together. Travis and I go to the same men's meetings together.
When Isabel relayed the information to you that she did,
Yes, sir.
I had filed a motion to retain an independent counsel for her.
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance. This witness
If you'll allow me to proceed just a
Overruled.
moment.
Please proceed.
There was a financial need in that case for Isabel.
Yes, sir.
Did anybody support that need?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
I did.
You were willing to take on that financial responsibility?
Absolutely.
And that was Miss Johnson, correct?
Correct.
Miss Johnson was appointed as an attorney ad litem on behalf of Isabel.
Yes, sir.
Have you had any other involvement in this case?
No, sir.
Do you know anything about the reputation in the community about Travis or Laurie Shaver?
Yeah, I mean, and you know, in full transparency, I mean, I realize now that this case has gone on for almost a decade, and I wasn't aware of that when I had first met Travis, or when Travis first came to work with me. I don't think necessarily that he was trying to hide it, but it's
very well.
Sustained.
Let's direct your attention in this manner. Do you know their reputation in the community for truthfulness and veracity?
Truthfulness, absolutely. Veracity, yes. But truthfulness for sure.
As to Travis?
Absolutely.
As to Laurie?
As far as I've known her, yes, sir. I've never had any reason to doubt anything.
As to Isabel?
Absolutely.
Very well. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. State? Yes, sir.
All the information you talked about regarding Ms. Johnson being appointed to deal with Isabel, that all happened well after Laurie Shaver was arrested for this case, right?
Yes, sir.
Can y'all use the mic? At least the witness is using the mic. Thank you, witness.
Thank you, sir. No other questions, Your Honor.
All right, any follow-up?
That's it?
Okay. And may the witness be excused from his subpoena.
No, he'll be on standby if you don't mind.
All right, sir.
Wait a second. No, that's fine. He's released.
Okay. All right, sir. You're released from further testimony. Have a good day. Thank you for appearing. Your next witness.
This one next call, Richard Connor.
One down. I feel like most of the witnesses, it's really not that much information. Come on, Richard. What is Richard going to tell us? I know. Before lunch, they were using the mics fine. After lunch,
Come up to the witness stand.
not so
Please be
much.
seated. Make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to proceed. Thank you.
Ready.
All right, please state and spell your full legal name.
Richard Donald Connor Jr. Connor.
Okay, first name Richard.
Yes, sir.
Raise your right hand, please. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Just state your name for the record once again.
Richard Donald Connor Jr.
Mr. Connor, I believe you just retired, correct?
Yes.
Before you retired, you took on this case.
Yes.
It's been going on for a while.
Yes.
Tell the jury why you were retained.
I practice digital and computer forensics, and that includes examining data that's stored online, say with Google, Facebook, Microsoft, Twitter, whatever. And I was retained to examine some data that had been provided in discovery to the defense in this case.
Have you been trained in that area?
Yes.
Have you testified in courts of law as a special skilled witness in that area?
Yes.
Counsel? Judge, if I could show the witness.
Yes, sir.
What's marked as Defense Exhibit A for this hearing. You recognize that?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you're looking at.
It's a copy of my CV.
And that's your curriculum vitae, correct?
Yes.
Does it express therein your training?
Yes.
Does it express therein the trials that you've testified in?
Yes.
Does it testify the period of time in which you've testified and been experienced in this field?
It lists all the cases that I've testified in and the year in which I testified in them. Yes.
Judge, we've moved Defense Exhibit A into identification as Defense 1, I believe, Tess.
Any objection?
The CV itself is hearsay. I have no objection to Mr. Connor telling the jury about his credentials. The CV itself is hearsay.
Judge, it provides a narrative for summary for the jury, as the state has issued in narratives in this case. In their case in chief, it's an aid and assistance for the jury, instead of Mr. Connor going through each page in each case and matter that he's been involved.
And the hearsay issue, what's your response to that?
Yeah, it's a summary instead of him just reading it to the jury, just like the state has admitted summary testimony through their witnesses.
State. Sidebar, please.
Sidebar. Brandi, please tell them to get back to the mics. The mics The things that are making the buzzing noises in our ears. I don't know what happened. They're like touching one of the speakers or something. Yeah. Definitely interesting that they're entering his CV into evidence. I mean, yeah, you can't prove it was her, but
Reviewing that document,
get to the
can
mic.
you give a summary of the trial matters that you've been involved in and the issues raised therein?
I've testified in trials, depositions, and hearings about 170, 180 cases. State court, federal court, arbitrations, criminal cases, civil cases. In criminal cases, I've done all kinds of murders, child pornography, theft, fraud, drugs, kidnapping, hacking, endless types of cases. In the civil cases, there are even more variety. I'd have to go through them one by one, but it's all over the board, all different kinds of cases, examining all different types of electronic data, usually in computers, hard drives, phones, online, cell phone location data, things of that nature. So like I said, about 180 different cases that I've testified in since 2006.
Have you been qualified to render an opinion in those cases?
Yes.
Judge, we'd ask the court to accept Mr. Connor as a special skilled witness and able to render an opinion in this cause.
Any objection? Without objection, the request is granted.
Okay. Mr. Connor, your experience and computers, were you supplied information in this case to review as it pertains to Laurie Shaver?
Yes.
And did you review all that?
Yes.
Okay. You and I had discussions about it, correct?
Yes.
And let's first and foremost clarify, and we have a technological person on this jury, but let's discuss for clarification for everybody else. When we hear the word IP, what is that reference?
Internet protocol. It generally refers to an IP address. Every device that connects to the internet has to have what's called an IP address, and that's what that refers to.
Okay. When somebody goes onto the internet, for instance, do they get a new IP address with each communication, or is there some attachment to the message to identify it?
So the IP address is assigned by your internet provider. So at home or in your office, if you have, say, Comcast, you'll have a modem that allows you and the devices in your home to connect to the internet. And they all go through that modem. And Comcast will assign the IP address to that modem. So anybody within that house, whether it's you, your spouse, your kids, or whatever, they're all going to share the same IP address provided by Comcast. On your cell phone, it's basically the same. And if you have your cell phone and you open your browser and you search for a local restaurant to eat at, I have an AT&T phone, so AT&T is providing me with an IP address to get on the internet and run my search for local restaurants.
And I think this case, you saw CenturyLink records, correct?
Yes.
And that was the router or the phone service that provided the IP addresses, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you see anything, any certificate of authentication for those documents that came back on CenturyLink?
I don't recall.
Now, when these IP address registration that are held by the corporations, do they expire at time? Do they disappear?
So most, an ISP is an internet service provider, in this case CenturyLink, Comcast, AT&T, whatever, and they keep track of who, I'm talking about homes now, not so much cell phones, they keep track of who they assign IP addresses to, but they only keep that information for a limited period of time, normally 1 or 2 years. And then after that, they get rid of it, and they don't have it anymore. So they generally have it, but only for a relatively short period of time of 1 or 2 years.
For a crime that is alleged to have occurred back in 2014, 15, back in that era, were there any IP traceable addresses that existed?
In this case? No, the requests have been made more than, outside the retention period. So a request was made to CenturyLink saying who were these IP addresses assigned to, and CenturyLink responded, we don't have those records anymore, it's too much time has passed.
And Facebook, do those IP addresses expire over time?
Not in the same way. Facebook, as long as your account is open, will maintain whatever data is in the account. If you close your account or it becomes inactive, I think after a certain period of time they'll get rid of what they have. But as long as the account is open, then they will not delete anything.
Now, when you have like a Facebook account, does it have to link or be connected to CenturyLink to be able to trace the data where it came from?
No, what happens is Facebook, part of the data that they maintain is the IP addresses used to access the account. So when the search warrant is issued to Facebook, and one of the things they'll provide is a list of the IP addresses that are contained within their records that were used to access the account of the subject of the search warrant.
When you looked at the records in this count, or let me rephrase that question. Without an accurate IP address or one that had expired, are you able to trace the IP address to a IP physical residence?
In this case, no. That's where the expired records come in. Normally, if say the case happened last week and we subpoenaed Facebook today and they came back and said this is the IP address used to access that account, and we can look it up and see it's a CenturyLink IP address owned by CenturyLink. So they would then send a search warrant or subpoena to CenturyLink and say who had that IP address on the date and time identified by Facebook. And then CenturyLink would come back and say it was me or whoever, and the address of 123 Main Street in Tavares. So that's how we would know that the modem at that address is the one that was used to access the Facebook account. In this case, CenturyLink said, it's been too long, we don't have the records, so I cannot tell you what address that IP address was assigned to back in 2015 or whatever.
And if they could trace it, without that, they couldn't trace it to the residence, correct? I think you just testified to.
Correct. So, like I said, the IP addresses are assigned by the providers. We know with CenturyLink, we don't know who CenturyLink had assigned that IP address to. So it could have been any of their customers anywhere.
Is it fair to say, without being able to trace it to a physical location, you're unable to trace it to the individual at that location?
Correct. We don't have the location, so we don't know who the individual was either.
Is it likewise true and accurate to say if you can't trace it to the location or the individual, you can't trace it to the device?
Correct. There may be other data maintained by Facebook that might identify devices used to access the account, but right, CenturyLink has nothing to identify the device either, I think is what you're asking.
In this case, reviewing the digital data, did you see anything that would trace any digital data to Laurie Shaver in this matter?
No, like I said, CenturyLink did not have records anymore, so that's a dead end in this case.
If a device and somebody is accessing Facebook, are they able to do it in remote locations?
Yes, wherever you have access to the internet, you can access the internet, including Facebook.
Are you able to hack it in another country?
Yes.
Are you able to hack it in another state?
Yes.
Are they able to be hacked and gain access?
It's been known to happen.
If you have knowledge of the password of the account, can you gain access?
There's a good chance, yes.
If there's more than one person inside a residence, can the person use the same router and gain access to that account?
Yes, like I said earlier, the IP address is assigned to the modem or the router in the house, and everybody in the house goes through that modem. So if a search warrant's executed at the house and there's 5 people living there, unless there's other facts in the case, there's no way to know which of the 5 people or which device was being used, because the central link would only identify the IP address of the modem.
If law enforcement can't account for all the individuals that passed through the house and had access to the router as well, or the browser, are they able to access accurately who was on the internet at any specific point in time?
No, not in this case, because we don't know the address, so we don't know who was at the address, because we don't know the address.
Is one individual capable of going on to another account, another person's account, and posting images of another individual on Facebook?
That's possible, yes.
Is anybody able to be within the vicinity of a router at a residence and be able to gain access to it?
Yes, I've had cases like that where somebody's short on money and they go to their neighbor in the next house or an apartment upstairs and say, hey, can I bum off your internet? And they say, sure, and give them the name and password. And so as long as you're within range of the signal, you know, somebody sitting in their car in the street, maybe a house next door, or somebody else in the apartment building, if they know how to get into they know your username and password, they can access your internet, yes.
From a technological perspective, when we hear the word cache associated with a computer, do you know the meaning of that word, or am I missing?
Cache? Cache is temporary data stored on a device. So an example is a web page. When you access a web page normally in your browser, it will cache a copy of that web page so that if later today or tomorrow you go back to that website, it'll actually pull up the cached copy, because that's quicker, while it checks the actual website for any changes, and then it'll update it. So it's temporary data stored on your device. It essentially is what cache is.
And now I can only hear the sachet away, cache, cache away, sachet away. Doot, doot. What are you saying? Did nobody talk to this man about anything in technology?
Further questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you. State?
Before this trial?
Good afternoon, Mr. Connor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
An internet service provider is the company that provides the internet access to a house or a business, right?
Yes.
In this case, it's Century.
Yes.
Spectrum, Verizon, who knows?
Correct.
An IP address is an internet protocol address, correct?
Yes.
They're in the form of 4 digits separated by a period.
Yeah, the IP, was it 4 system? We're moving to the 6 system now or whatever. Yes, you're correct.
Especially back in 2015 would be a 4-digit number.
Yes.
Like 71.49.11.123.
Yes.
That's an address that is assigned to a particular address or a particular location by the internet service provider to give that location internet access.
Yes.
Kind of like a street address that's unique to my house.
Yes.
That internet service provider can change the IP address assigned to that particular house for various reasons, right?
Yes, it's called a dynamic IP address. Most residents have a dynamic one, and it can change. Nobody knows when, but yes, it can change.
It could be the same for a month or 2 months or 6 months, and then they could change it for some reason.
Correct.
That's up to the internet service provider, whatever they do and why they do it.
Correct.
So let's assume I get internet service through Spectrum at my house. Normally, the service provider, Spectrum, would assign me a modem, right?
Yes.
And that's the device that allows the internet to come into my house.
Yes.
Normally, they would assign also a router, right?
Yes.
And a router is a device that allows multiple devices inside a house to connect to the internet at the same time.
Yes.
Every single one of those devices in the house that's connecting to the internet is going to have the same IP address assigned to it, correct?
On the internet side of the equation, yes.
Okay. That is what allows me to connect with my cell phone, my laptop, my wife to have her cell phone or her laptop on, connecting to the internet at the same time.
Yes.
And all those devices that are connected to my network are going to have the same exact IP address.
Yes.
So let's assume if you come over to my house for dinner, we're finished with court, you come up and you have dinner with my wife and I. You bring your phone, and after dinner, I log on to my Facebook account and I post a picture. You log on to your Facebook account and you post something, hey, Rich made a great dinner tonight. Because you are on my network, you and I will have the same IP address assigned to that Facebook posting, correct?
Yes, the IP address for both postings will be the same.
And if you left my house and drove down the road such that you couldn't connect to my network anymore, and you went on Facebook, you would be assigned a different IP address.
Correct. Correct.
Because you're no longer in my close proximity to my network to be able to access it and use my IP address.
Correct.
Now, if somebody remotely from China hacks into my Facebook account and posts a picture on my Facebook account, that's going to log a different IP address than the one assigned to my house, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Because that person would not have access to my network and wouldn't share the same IP address that I normally use.
Yes, in the scenario you're giving us, correct.
Now, conceivably, we asked for, you issue legal service, a search warrant to Facebook. They send the information back to the requester, and that sometimes contains, if requested, all the IP logs associated with the Facebook account.
Correct.
You've seen those records plenty of times, right?
I have.
You reviewed those records and relied on the authenticity of those records in coming to your opinions.
Yes.
Then, assuming we now have the Facebook IP records associated with, say, my account, conceivably, we could then find out through Spectrum, my service provider, where that IP address, the physical IP address, was assigned to, what location.
Yes, if it's within the year, yes.
Assuming not too much time has elapsed.
Correct.
In this case, because the body wasn't found for several years and the request wasn't made, CenturyLink did not have those physical address links to the IP address because too much time had passed.
Correct. The records have been destroyed or whatever.
You talked a little bit about if someone was in range of a network, they could kind of pirate that network and like sit outside in the driveway and access a person's network and post things, right?
Yes.
That would require that person to A, be close enough to the network to be able to have a signal.
Correct.
B, know the password of that network to even get into it.
Correct.
Would you agree that in this case, the location, the Shaver residence, was in an incredibly rural area, was it not?
To be honest, I have no idea.
So if someone lives on a 5 or 10 acre plot, the chances of somebody sitting outside the driveway and having access to a network is very slim. Would you agree?
It would be Yes, much less slim than in a normal residence neighborhood.
As opposed to if I live in an apartment complex.
Correct.
I want to talk to you a little bit about Facebook. In order to access Facebook, somebody would either need the password associated with the account, right?
Yes.
Or access to a device that was already logged into Facebook such that you could access the Facebook account, right?
Yes.
So right now, you would not be able to access my Facebook account through your phone because you don't know my password.
Correct.
Conceivably, my Facebook account wouldn't already be up and active on your phone.
It's not.
Turning to this case, you reviewed the Facebook records of both Laurie Shaver and Michael Shaver's accounts, correct?
Correct.
Those records that you reviewed looked like all the other Facebook records that you have reviewed in your career.
Yes. Yes.
You had no reason to doubt that they came from Facebook or they were authentic.
Yeah, I don't deal with the authenticity part, but yeah, they look like other Facebook records I have seen in other cases.
The Facebook records that you reviewed of Michael Shaver's account had personal information about Michael Shaver, pictures of him, the kids, things like that, or is that beyond your scope?
I was not focusing on that content, so yes, there may have been some, but if you asked me what, I could not tell you.
Facebook provided IP addresses for activity associated with Michael Shaver's account, right?
Correct.
As well as IP addresses for activity associated with Laurie Shaver's account.
Correct.
You have reviewed those IP address histories, correct?
Yes.
And you've actually reviewed them with Mr. Camuccio before on certain instances, right?
Yes.
Okay. The jury's been inundated with Facebook IP address information, so I'm just going to ask you a couple very simple pointed questions. Would you agree that over the 2-year period of records, there were multiple times where Laurie Shaver's Facebook IP addresses were the same as Michael Shaver's IP addresses?
Yes. I don't remember that within a short period of time, yes. I don't know. Was it
within minutes of each other?
I think that's correct.
And those instances happened throughout that 2-year period of time of records, right?
There were multiple such instances.
That would indicate, if they're both sharing the same IP addresses, that the device or devices used to log into those two accounts were located in the same proximity to each other.
They would have been connected to the same router, I would think, yes.
So it was a house router, they would likely both be in the house.
Yes.
Now, conceivably, the same person could have logged into both accounts if that person knew the password or had a device that was already logged in and done the postings on both accounts.
That's possible.
So my wife and I are in my house sharing our same router, sharing the same IP address. She takes my phone and posts. That would share the same IP address as mine.
Yes.
Router.
There were instances in Michael Shaver and Laurie Shaver's Facebook records that showed them sharing the same IP addresses up until even November of 2017 towards the end of the records.
I don't recall the dates, to be honest.
You know that there were multiple times though.
Yes.
It wasn't an uncommon thing.
There were multiple times.
Fair enough. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, Mr. Wiggs.
Yes, a question or two. Counsel was asking you questions, hypothetical questions, about access to accounts, two accounts, at or about the same time. Is it plausible somebody could be at a Starbucks, for instance, accessing both accounts?
Yes, again, connected to the same modem. So whether it's a house, Starbucks, a mall, it's just the same router wherever that router is.
Thank you, sir.
Anything from the state? May the witness be released from his subpoena.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. Thank you for appearing today. You're released from further testimony, and have a good day.
Everybody's chewing gum. No,
Your
they
next
didn't.
witness.
They didn't show it. We've had like 4 witnesses chewing gum too.
Kelly Johnson.
Okay.
Pardon me? Kelly Johnson. Oh, I told Miss Johnson to be here too.
I am muted. Yeah, I don't think there
Take a
should be
moment to
gum in
contact
court
Miss Johnson.
either.
Okay.
Jimmy spit his out on the witness stand.
Please step outside.
What is going on? Yeah, these are the defense witnesses. Yeah, where is their witness? Turn off slow mode, I wish. This is real life. Yeah, I don't want people chewing gum, especially when they're right in front of microphones, and probably not during a murder trial. I don't think that that's a good idea. I don't even know who that witness is for the case. Because they had Travis and Laurie's boss, and then this IT guy. Oh, is that her name? Is that the attorney ad litem's name? I don't remember. That was 6 hours ago.
All right.
Yeah, I have mints and stuff that I use every once in a while.
We're early
I'll...
for a break, so we'll wait for Miss Johnson to arrive.
Oh, where did Miss Johnson go? Oh, the chat slow mode. I have nothing to do with that. The chat is moving really fast, so the chat, yeah, we need to keep up with the chat. So, sorry. Yeah, the chat's moving way too fast.
Just stand up there so I flag her in.
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Okay. So it's going to be a break. How long? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, she could be with Isabel. That's possible. Because if the defense gets to her today, she'll be testifying today. Yeah, I mean, you can fast forward the witness that you're watching, Karate Mom, but definitely want to watch it.
All right, good afternoon, Miss Johnson.
Oh,
Please
they
come up
found
to
her.
the
That
witness
was
stand.
quick.
Please make yourself comfortable. Let me know when you're ready to go.
Yeah, I wish we could see their faces, you know, at least every once in a while.
Okay, please state and spell your full legal name.
Kelly Johnson, Kellyjohnson.
Please raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please proceed. Yes, sir.
Ms. Johnson, would you say your name for the record?
Kelly Johnson.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm an attorney.
How long have you been an attorney?
I've been a member of the Florida Bar since 2013.
Tell us about your practice, what you do.
I practice criminal defense and family law.
Do you have other attorneys that work within your office with you?
Yes, I have associate attorneys
Here in Tavares?
in Tavares on Main Street.
You received an order in this case to represent Isabel Shaver.
I was appointed as an attorney ad litem.
Would you tell the jury why you were appointed in this matter?
Well, it was my understanding that the child in this case wanted to come forth and give some testimony under oath, and there was a motion filed. I was approached and asked if I would accept an appointment of as a guardian, as an attorney ad litem in this case, and I said that I would.
How long ago was that? Do you recall?
I believe it was March of 2022.
22, a few years ago.
Yes.
Now, when you were appointed, did you, without revealing any conversations between you and your client, did you discuss the matter, her knowledge, and what had happened with her?
When I was appointed, that formed the attorney-client relationship between the child and myself. And I began meeting with the child and discussing the relevant facts of this case and assisting her and guiding her with advice with regard to what her position was.
And during the time that you were representing her, at any time was her deposition taken?
She did have her deposition taken, yes.
Did you attend that deposition with her?
Yes, I did.
At any time when you were representing her, did I meet with you and your client?
Yes, you did.
Did I meet only in your presence?
As far as I know, you met with a child in my office in my presence.
I think twice, correct?
Twice.
The child, did she in any manner express, well, let me back up and strike that question. Did you advise Ms. Shaver, Isabel, correct?
Yes.
Did you advise her if she desired to proceed forward and testify in this cause that she would be waiving certain constitutional rights?
I advised her regarding the applicable law and possible ramifications in taking the position that she was in this litigation.
Was she advised she had a right to remain silent in this matter?
Obviously, I advised her of all of her rights.
Okay. Including her constitutional rights, correct?
Correct. This is not litigation in which she is named as a defendant.
Did you meet with the state at all?
Yes, I did.
Okay. They were aware you were representing her?
Yes.
Did the state ever contact you to discuss anything with Isabel?
The state and I did have informal conversations about my representation of the child.
You didn't do any kind of psychological analysis, but did you feel that the child was being honest and straightforward with you?
I felt like the child was able to understand the conversations in which we had.
Did she appear to understand her obligation to testify truthfully in a court?
She appeared to understand that, yes.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. State?
Ms. Johnson, before you became involved in this case, you were actually approached by Mr. Wiggs and asked to do this. He
did contact me, as I said, and asked if I would accept the appointment an attorney ad litem.
And then once appointed, and you were representing Ms. Shaver, there were multiple times that I saw you in the courthouse and would tell you, anytime your client wants to talk to us, just bring her on in.
Yes.
Now, if she were to do that, would she have any sort of legal protections to just come and talk without any sort of subpoena?
No.
So, in order to protect her rights, the only time the state actually ever talked to her was after issuing a subpoena and doing a formal deposition.
Correct.
But prior to that, from the moment you were appointed, the state said anytime that she wants to talk, we're here.
Correct.
Nothing else, Judge.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
Yes, just briefly. Did law enforcement approach you?
No, I've never spoken to anyone from law enforcement.
Mr. Camuccio make any private calls to you?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Did he call you on the phone, say he wanted to talk to her?
I don't recall.
Very well. I don't have any other questions on that matter.
All right, anything further, Mr. Camuccio?
Miss
I'm sorry.
Johnson, once someone has an attorney, like Ms. Shaver, it would be unethical for me to approach someone and talk to them when I knew they had an attorney.
Yes.
And as far as law enforcement, just going to talk with you once I knew that you were represented, if that was going to be directed, I would have to go through you.
Correct.
And once again, there would be no protections for your client if they just came talking. Is that fair?
That's fair to say.
And once again, it all came down to the time that she was made available was when she was given the subpoena and then given the protections based on that.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Wiggs?
You can step down and may we approach, please?
Yes, sir. And may Ms. Johnson be excused from her subpoena. Thank you for appearing today. You're excused from further testimony. Have a good day.
Yeah, that was another pointless witness. She can't really talk about much. She's the kid's attorney. And we'll see what happens with her testimony. I hope it's not too hard for her. I feel like a lot of the witnesses, there's not really a whole lot of information, but they have to call. She told me that when her mom was incarcerated a year or 2 years later, that when she confessed, so when her mom got out of jail. I don't know really what the defense's angle is. Maybe they are trying to show that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this time we're going to take a 10-minute comfort break. So, Deputy, please take the jury. Thank you.
I hear whispering. Ten-minute break, so it's it's 2:21 there. It's 1:21 where I am. So loud. The law prohibits what being recorded.
State's position on it?
I'm aware of nothing. I'm aware of, since she's not a child victim, I know nothing that would preclude the media's presence.
Yeah, That's the only issue I know is about child victims. I don't know generally about the outside.
Oh, they're trying to...
I believe the media may have agreed to point the camera away from the child witness.
Yes.
And record the testimony only via audio. Well, the media's here. Is that what you intend to do, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, and could you just state your name for the record? All right, sir. You intend to point the camera away from the child witness, is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Then please proceed in that manner. Is that acceptable to everyone?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Wiggs?
That's fine.
All right. Thank you. All right, we're in recess.
Defense table's mic is still on because we totally heard that book get moved. All right, back to the ceiling. The clock. No more clock for us. We're not getting any more zoomed in clock. He said, y'all get this weird part of the ceiling. I feel like most people have said that if their child did this, that they wouldn't allow their kid to go through it. I don't have children, but I feel like I would do the same thing. Let me grab the cat. Well, the dog. The dog is underneath my desk. Yeah, right. I preferred the zoomed in clock. That was way better, right? So tomorrow, Kathy is going to be the guest host. I'll be back next week. So she's been making some recap videos as well about the trial. So if you go to Gossip, Rumor, and Innuendo, you'll see some of her recaps. Let's see. So she just posted part 3. She's been doing one every day on her channel. The mods just posted the link to her channel. So check it out. You can check out the recaps there. She's made some... Yeah, she's made a bunch of them for the last few days. So definitely check that out. And she'll be here, like I said, she'll be the one guest hosting tomorrow. And I'll be back Monday, Tuesday, however long this trial takes. Because I will be here. So don't forget to, for those of you that have questions about timelines, make sure to check out the 13th Juror website. There's so much information on that website. There's so much information about this case and the people involved that Brandi broke down a whole timeline. My dog, my Shar-Pei, is in between a brush coat and a bear coat. Her fur is a little bit longer. So she's in between a lot. She's in between a meat mouth and a bone mouth, the more traditional Shar-Pei and the more common looking ones. Kind of got the impression that the lawyer doesn't like the idea of her client testifying. I think she knows what's going on. Very well could be. There's only so much that she can do. Let me grab the cat real quick. I mean, regardless of how this plays out, this poor kid is going to be affected for life with this. She either thinks she killed her dad, her mom's going to prison, or her mom has been arrested for all this. Like, that poor kid is going through a lot. The cat, I woke up the cat. I have a cat tower in my room, and she normally sleeps over in front of the sun in the cat tower. They're getting Isabel ready, so that makes sense why they took a comfort break now. So The rumors that we've been told, the kids are with her, so Travis may or may not be in the house. Thank you. That's Addie. Well, thank you guys. You guys are so nice. You guys are always so nice to me. I feel really bad for Isabel that she has to go through this. And this is a 16-year-old that thinks that she killed her dad. And the stuff that her mom has done. And unfortunately, she's been with her mom this long. Her mom has done a lot of things to manipulate and brainwash her. So, you know, we have no idea what kind of mental state this poor kid is in. And I know it's not going to be easy for her to testify, but that poor kid's going to have to get out on the stand, which I really hate that she has to do this. Yes, lots of hearts for Isabel. I mean, the poor kid said she doesn't even really remember back then. So she doesn't remember her dad. So how could she remember killing him? I mean, it really depends on the situation. The situation, the kid, it's very, especially when a parent has been around the child constantly, it's very easy to manipulate. And some kids are able to see, some aren't. So she may truly believe what she's being told. So the cops are saying, we don't believe you to Isabel's confession. That part is so confusing to me. I mean, there's no evidence that she did it. So there's a reason why Laurie's been charged and her kid hasn't. It's, yeah, because she's saying that her kid shot Mike and then her ex, Jay, showed up and buried the body. But there's also been multiple stories, so it doesn't look good. So Brandi says, I'm assuming that since they have her in the hallway with her attorney, she's getting ready to take the stand. That's probably correct. And I feel so bad for this kid. It's a huge weight on her shoulders to, 1, have to testify in court, 2, have to testify in court for your mother's defense and testify that you shot your father. But, so I'm looking at the website now that Brandi made. There's so much information on here. So much. So let's pull up the, I wanted to show you guys the postcard, but the photo didn't work. So Laurie has been out on bond, it looks like, since December of 2020. Yeah, she's probably very scared. Yeah, she told one family member that she doesn't remember her dad, and then she confessed it. The only thing that was mentioned about the daughter was in the very beginning of the opening statements, and definitely then they have discussed her multiple times. The lawyers have. Yeah, it's not a good position for the jury to be in. Can her attorney advise her while she's on the stand? I don't know. She is a minor. I don't know much about minors in court. And then Kendall was helping Travis with the children while Laurie was in jail. I agree. The girl should be thinking about boys, school, dances, football games, having fun, not lying for her mother. They just brought her in. Isabel's next. This poor kid. The audio is maybe changing. It's been 10 minutes. So it's probably going to get started again any second. Yes, her lawyer is present. Yeah, I agree. I wish that she was giving this testimony away from her mom, so she didn't have to deal with that pressure as well. Because, I mean, my mom wasn't like Laurie, but my mom was definitely someone that I would be scared having to say something in front of her. And I only remember so much from my childhood. I've had a lot of trauma in my life, and that poor kid could have witnessed it. She could have. There's so much that that kid has had to have seen living on that property and having Laurie be her mom and all these multiple people in and out of the house. So it's trauma will really mess up your memory. So it's possible, for all we know, this poor kid thinks that she really did do it. Let me see. I trying. Yeah, and the kid also is still living with her mom, as far as we all know. So she's the one that's going to have to go home and deal with this. Ah!
After our break, and defense, please proceed. Isabel Shaver has been called to the stand. Ms. Shaver, please state and spell your full legal name.
My name is Isabel Shaver, ISABELLESHAVER.
Please raise your right hand and I'll swear you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that any testimony you give today shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Please proceed.
Sir. Isabel, you just spelled your name, but would you put your name on the record of an open court?
Sorry?
Say your name again.
Isabel Shaver.
How old are you, Isabel?
I'm 15. I turned 16 this Sunday.
Very good. It's your desire to testify in this matter, correct?
Yes, sir.
You're aware of the arrest of your mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Isabel, there's allegations raised and floating around that, so to speak, that you've been brought in here, kind of thrown under the bus. Has anybody pressured you to testify in this cause?
Absolutely not, no.
Okay. Now, Miss Johnson was appointed as an attorney ad litem to represent you.
Correct.
Did you meet with Miss Johnson?
Yes,
Did you discuss your case with Miss Johnson?
I did.
Did Miss Johnson go over all the rights that you would waive by testifying in this case?
Yes, sir.
Is it still your desire to testify?
Yes.
Do you understand your obligation to testify truthfully?
I do.
Are you going to testify truthfully?
I'm going to testify truthfully.
Would you explain your relationship to Laurie Shaver?
Laurie Shaver is my mother. Me and her are very close. We've always been very close. We do everything together. I don't know, she's like my best friend and a mom in one.
Excuse me one moment,
All right, defense, do you wish to view the birth certificate? Do you wish to view the document, the birth certificate?
Really? We gotta go that far? Yeah, I'm gonna give you guys the dog on camera while we have to listen to this poor kid testify.
On this matter as to the birth certificate of Isabel Shaver, the court had approved mandatory judicial notice. Madam Clerk is identifying the document. And once identified, we'd ask that the matter be accepted to the court, again pursuant to your order.
Is that Exhibit B? B is in Delta? Okay. All right, the birth certificate has been marked as Exhibit D. Is there any objection from the state?
Your Honor, it's improper to admit that as judicial notice, but it is an official record, and because of the fact that it is an official record, it is admissible, so the state has no objection.
All right.
Judicial notice to the state has been.
Without objection, Exhibit D will be entered into evidence as defense number 1.
Isabel, you met me some time ago, correct?
Correct.
Met me at or about the time of your mother's arrest.
Right, yes.
I had, did I not, a brief discussion with you?
We did, yes.
And upon that brief discussion, we had requested that Ms. Johnson be appointed, correct?
Correct.
Now, if I ask you any questions you do not understand, would you please ask me to rephrase the question, repeat the question, or try to ask the question in a different way?
Yes.
Do you recall your father?
Yes.
His name?
Michael Shaver.
What was your relationship like with Michael Shaver?
We didn't really have much of a relationship. He wasn't very present. He worked at night, and so he slept all day during the day, and anytime he was home, we weren't really allowed outside of our rooms. We didn't have a relationship, really. He really wasn't a father to me.
Was the atmosphere calm? Well, how would you describe the household?
It was very combative. It was very tense. There was a lot of tension constantly. It's not calm. It was the complete opposite of calm. Nobody, whenever he was home, it was just, I mean, it was scary. It was like, we were just stuck in our rooms all day, and then, like, whenever we weren't, it was just, he was very aggressive, and we didn't have that type of relationship. No, it wasn't a calm household.
You see any without talking about the facts of any events, did you see any altercations between Michael and your mother?
I did, yes.
Were they frequent?
Yeah. They were pretty frequent.
Were they physical?
Yes.
She's 15. She'll be 16 on Sunday.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask Madam Clerk to mark these exhibits. The court has previously accepted them and entered an order to take judicial notice of those.
Your Honor, can I see these?
I'll show you.
All right, the state can please view the documents. Thank you.
Can we approach?
Yes, sir. Come on up.
So, and remember, we have some family in the chat. So, Kendall, who is Travis's mother, Travis is Laurie's current husband, and she helped with the kids when Laurie first got arrested in 2020. So, Michael worked a full-time job and then did his airplane thing. How could he be sleeping all day? And I do feel bad for Michael's family. I do. Yeah, and she would be 7 when the shooting happened. So she's 15, she will be 16 on Monday. And Michael is her father. She is Michael's daughter. Travis is Laurie's current husband, who she also has children with. Yeah, 16 on Sunday. I thought she was already 16, this poor kid. I really hope that if Laurie's gonna shed some tears, I hope she sheds some more tears for her poor kid. Because this is really, really hard to watch. Defendant and victim's daughter. That's a very loaded title. Because she lost her father. And now she could potentially lose her mother as well. This kid is going to need lots and lots of therapy regardless of what the outcome of this trial is. I feel so horrible for this kid. And I did see a lot of you in the chat say that her verbiage seemed weird. It sounds coached. And, Brandi also noticed that she answered the questions very quickly and without emotion. Jurors are not reacting. They are taking notes. So, and yeah, remember, this kid has been stuck with her mom for the last few years. This is the only parent that she knows not taking notes. They're not reacting, not taking notes. So, that says a lot. Yeah, and those poor kids. Guys, yeah, I see. Yeah, I'm trying to read as quickly as I can. Sometimes I might misspeak, but it's on the screen. It's there. Whatever she said is on the screen. Trying to make sure I put what she says on the screen. That's why we have to slow down the chat. There's so many people. How many kids does she have total? I don't know. I know she's got the 2 younger ones. I think she's got 2 younger ones with Travis and then 2 with Michael. So 4. But definitely check out the 13th Juror website. Has all the information that you could think of there. And all the timelines. And there's photos and all sorts of stuff on the website. Yeah, she could have been helped to word it. It could be true, it could not be true. But Michael is the victim in this case. She remembers a bad relationship between her parents, but only knows what Laurie told her about her dad being the abusive one. And we've definitely seen evidence of Laurie trying to manipulate things in her favor, for sure, with all the other people that have testified. Isabel looks very nervous. She is swiveling in the chair, not making eye contact at any place for more than a second. She's really nervous, for sure. This is huge. I couldn't imagine being in her situation at her age at all. Oh, the dog's awake. Even the dog is awake now. Let's see if she stays there. Yeah, and now her mom is also... Laurie's also moving back and forth. If you go on the website, guys, you just scroll down a little bit and it's right there. So when you first get to the 13th Juror website, it's going to say, listen now, 13th Juror, conspiracy in Canton. Scroll down more and you'll see the Laurie Shaver timeline. It's right there, and it's before the Black Swan murder trial. So it's in between those two. So there's the website again. Yeah, they definitely have a lot of nervous energy. I wonder what they're talking to the judge about. Yeah, and some of that doesn't make sense either. If Mike slept all day, how would the kids be locked in their rooms? And this is why Wilma might come back. Oh, Laurie's crying, wiping tears. But have we seen any? They're actually allowing a witness who more than likely is going to confess, live with the person accused. That seems dangerous for her. It does. Hold on. It's the 13th Juror podcast website is what has it. So make sure it's the 13th. There's two websites. There's the 13th Juror live website, and then there's the 13th Juror podcast website. It's on the 13th Juror podcast website. And oh, whoops! I accidentally closed the other the other camera. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to multitask. Sorry. Yeah, so go to the podcast website. The podcast website is what has the timeline.
So speaking about household events, you had spoken that there was an atmosphere that was tense, I believe.
Yes.
I'm showing you a composite exhibit. It has 6 photographs in it. Had you seen your mom in that same or similar condition on multiple occasions?
Yes.
Are those true and accurate depictions how you frequently observed your mom? Without speaking about the events themselves. Did those images and mental impressions in your mind cause you to feel the need to take your mother's side at any time?
Yes, I mean, look at her.
Did it cause you, Isabel, to step up and in the past, on more than one occasion, and side with your mother?
Yes, it did.
In the pictures that you looked at, who committed those injuries to your mother?
My father.
Judge, we'd ask that this exhibit, this composite exhibit, without testimony as to the events, be admitted into evidence and published to the jury.
How's the exhibit identified? What letter marking?
It is being identified.
B as in Bravo? Okay. Any objection from the state?
No objection.
Without objection, Exhibit B will be entered into evidence as defense number 2.
Remember, Jimmy testified that Michael had called him saying Laurie threatened to hurt herself. So we don't really know, we can't know where the injuries came from. But they're also passing around physical photos. Yeah, so she was 7 when this abuse happened. 7. I'm also not really sure what the defense is at this point. Is it... Yeah. I guess she's saying that there was abuse? And the daughter did it in self-defense? But the person that they said put the body away already said that they didn't do it. They did talk about the gunshot. They said it was unlikely, but they couldn't say definitively. Defense would have been better off not calling anybody. And if that really did happen and she was 7, would she have not told anybody? Can a 7-year-old keep a secret like that? And no, Natalie, no. No one else testified to abuse. Other people did say that there were issues in their relationship. But if you go to the 13th Juror website, if you go to the podcast website, it's right there. If you go to the regular website, click on podcast, and the timeline is right there in the middle. It shows all different, it even goes from when they bought the property to other arrests and things like that.
Well, I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit C for identification purposes. Would you tell the jurors what you're looking at?
I see my father with his torn shirt and blood.
Speak up, please.
Oh, sorry. I see my father, and he has a torn shirt and blood.
Whose blood's that?
I mean, I'm assuming his,
Sis?
maybe.
Now, the photos you looked at and testified to briefly, is this the individual that would do that? And see? We'd move Defense Exhibit C into evidence at this time, Judge.
And no objection? Without objection, Defense Exhibit C will be admitted into evidence as defense number 3.
Isabel, how frequently would those events occur? Without speaking the details of the events.
It would happen pretty often. They'd at least argue and like fight really bad, pretty much on the daily. But it would escalate to those points a few times a month. Like it wasn't a rare occurrence. Like it happened often.
And as a matter of those events, and I may have asked this question before, did you feel a need to attempt to protect your mom in any fashion?
I did, yes.
Did you perceive your mother as a victim through those events?
Yes.
That response that transpired in you, did it become a natural and automatic response? You talked about the feeling inside of yourself of a need to protect your mother. Did that become automatic inside?
Yes, it did. Growing up, I mean, Yeah, I've always stepped in for my mother. I would, do whatever I could do. I remember I had this stuffed animal, and her name was Lammy, and she was my favorite stuffed animal. And he used to, she would go to sleep on the couch, and because he would drug her water, and I would tuck her in, and I would, give her my stuffed animal to protect her. And obviously it's a stuffed animal, it's not going to protect her, but it was just, the act and the principle of it.
Was there a period of time when your father was removed from the residence?
Yes, there was.
It's the first time I'm hearing anything about drugging water.
Was your father removed from the residence on occasion?
Yes.
As a consequence of these events?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And during the period or the absence of your father, did your mother start dating anybody?
After he had been removed for a while, she did start dating, Jeremy.
Okay. What was Jeremy's last name?
Townsman? I don't think I know his last name. It's something like that.
Okay. How often would Jeremy come to the residence?
He was over all the time. He came over for holidays. He was there for my brother's birthday. His son went to the same school as me and my brother, so he would meet up at our house every day before we go to school, and he was at the school for all the plays, the events, all that type of stuff. He was over all the time.
Would he come in the morning?
Yeah, morning, night.
Would he ever spend the night there?
Yes.
Would y'all go to places with Mr. Townsend or Jeremy?
Yes, we would.
Was he there for Christmas?
Not Christmas Day, but Christmas Eve.
Was he there for any other holidays or special events?
He was there for my brother's birthday. I don't really remember any other holidays, but I know he was there for my brother's birthday and Christmas.
Do you remember going shopping or out on the town with Mr. Townsend?
Yeah, we used to go to this Chick-fil-A a lot. That was one of the ones with the playgrounds. And we'd go with his son and then me and my brother. We did that a lot.
Do you know if Mr. Townsend or Jeremy was married?
I don't think so.
Isabel, I'm sorry I have to do this. But let's talk about Michael, your father. Do you know anything about the death of your father?
I do.
Do you know anything about how your father died?
I do.
Could you tell the jury?
So, it was a school day, and I'm sorry. And he...
First, let's relax, go slow, make sure the jury understands the events, okay?
Okay. It was a school morning. Me and my brother were getting ready for school. He hadn't been at the house for a while. He was kicked out, removed, and me and my brother were in separate rooms. We had pretty much been ready for school. I was eating my breakfast and I was watching TV. We had these little plastic tables in our rooms, and I was watching TV and I heard arguing. Initially, I thought it was the TV, and then I was like, no, that's not the TV. So my room, it was my room, and then it had a bathroom and then a spare room. And so they all connected to each other, through the bathroom. It was almost like a little pathway. And so I heard, the fighting and the yelling, and it escalated. So when I was little, I would go through there to sneak around. And I opened the spare room door, and in front of the spare room door was the dining room. And in front of the dining room, there was a glass door, like a sliding glass door. So I opened the door to the spare room, and I stood there, and I saw my father, and he wasn't supposed to be there. And my mom and my father were fighting, and my mom went to leave the argument, leave the porch. They were out on the porch, and he pulled her by the arm, and he pulled her into her lap onto one of the porch chairs, and he held her there, and then she was like, "We can work things out, like we'll figure this out, it'll be different." And he was like, "No, there's no next time, there's no figuring it out." And he pushed her onto the ground. And he started kicking her in the stomach and in the back. And then he took his other foot and he put it on the side of her face. And she was screaming, and he was like saying there's not going to be another time, and that he was going to kill her at this time. And I heard my mom screaming for help, obviously, and then he put his foot on the side of her face and pushed it into the ground, and I didn't hear her anymore. And I'm sorry. And so I went to my mom's room, and I went at her end table, and I grabbed her gun, and I went back out, and I went to the door. The door was already open, and he had my mom on the ground still holding her to the ground, still kicking her, and I shot him, and nothing happened. He didn't fall. Nothing happened. And then Jeremy.
Let me stop you a little bit, Isabel. Okay, you say nothing happened. Was he standing or sitting?
He was sitting in the chair.
He was sitting in the chair.
He was sitting in the chair.
His foot on his mom's head?
Right.
You shot him. You know exactly who you shot him or?
I'm not exactly sure. No.
Okay. Did you shoot him from the rear region or where do you think you shot him?
I was aiming towards his head, but I'm not sure where the bullet went.
Okay. And what happened after you fired the gun?
He was just sitting there. I mean, he wasn't moving. Nothing happened. There was no blood. There was no nothing. And then,
Let me stop you there. Okay. Let me interject here and there if I may.
Okay.
Did you feel when you fired that shot that had to be done or he would have killed your mother?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Firm on that?
I'm firm on that.
Was he using that type of force in your mind?
Yes.
It was necessary?
Mhm. Yes.
Okay. What happened after you shot him? Or you believe you shot him?
Afterwards, Jeremy came, and he...
How long?
It was right after it happened. Like, I hadn't even had a chance to walk away, move, nothing yet. And, he came in, and he took the gun from me, and then he shot him again. And that's when he fell to the ground. And, my mom had crawled away. He fell to the ground. Jeremy shot him. He told my mom to take us out of the house, take us to school, and that we needed to leave. We're not to tell anybody. We can't tell nobody. We can't call the cops. We can't say anything, or else he was going to do the same thing to me and my brother. And he was going to, hurt us too. So we went to school.
Okay. So you leave the residence, you go to school. When you get to school, what happens?
We get to school. Nothing really happened at school. I would say I was most definitely in shock. But at the same time, it was like, because those types of events happen often, I was very used to the violence and seeing things like that. And so I was still able to perform normally at school. And just kind of, go about my day, be at school.
What time did you get out of school?
I was in elementary school, so I think around like 3.
Okay. When you came home, was Jay there?
Yes, he was. He was fixing the front door.
Okay. Was there any evidence of your father in the residence?
No.
Did Jeremy make any mention about he'd take care of this or anything like that?
Yeah, when he had told my mom to take us out of the house, and he told us not to tell anybody. He said that he would take care of it.
Okay. So let's get off that subject. There was a period of time, I understand, where y'all were intending to build a duck pond, correct?
Correct.
Tell me about the duck pond and what the plan was there.
So we had like a bird farm. We had a bunch of different birds, and we needed like a place for the ducks. So we built like this big like whole pond shaped thing, like kind of like an artificial pond. And I remember me and my brother, we got these like little like red plastic shovels, and we were gonna dig the hole, make the pond, and that was like the intended use for it.
Did you guys finish it or?
No.
Put any ducks in it, or what?
No, we never ended up finishing it. We ended up later on turning it into a fireplace.
Okay. Had there been previous discussions you were going to put a fireplace when you abandoned the duck pond?
Once we decided we weren't going to do the duck pond, we were thinking about either doing a fireplace or like a pool.
Okay. After this happened at the house, what happened to Mom and Jeremy?
They broke up. The last time that they were really like together, I guess, was the day my dad died. They broke up, so obviously they stopped seeing each other. But he would come, I remember one time we were at a light, like a stoplight, and he pull up next to our car. This happened on multiple occasions, and he would scream at us from his car, tell us to roll our window down. I remember we were going to this Publix, and he would follow us through the store to try and talk to us, and then we switched Publix to a different Publix. He came to that one too. I remember he came to us in Walmart one time. He was driving by our house trying to, talk to us, talk to my mom.
When was the last time you drove by the residence, you think, Isabel?
Sorry?
When was the last time that Jeremy drove by the residence that you can recall?
At our old house, it was quite a while ago, but we've moved since then, and he has driven by the house we're living at now.
When was the last time, you think? How many months ago?
It wasn't too long ago, probably less than a year ago.
Okay.
Are you supposed to be near the mic?
Okay. Isabel,
Yeah, he is.
this item is not here right at the present time, but did you have on the property a blue tarp? And by that I mean the type of tarp you see sometimes put over roofs if there's a leak or to cover a boat or an item?
No.
Did you have, sometimes you see on boats or other items, straps to hold it down? Did y'all have any of those on the property?
No.
Frank Merritt. You recall Frank Merritt?
No.
You ever go to a tractor show?
Yes, yeah.
Was there a man, Frank Merritt, present that you recall?
Yeah, we did go. I mean, if that's Frank Merritt, then yes.
Okay. Do you recall leaving the tractor show early or anything like that?
Yes, I was really, really sick that day, and it was really, really hot. I'm really sensitive to the heat, and I have...
Let me interrupt you there. Do you have any health issues?
Yeah, I have, like, autoimmune issues.
Okay. Any arthritis or other issues?
I mean, we're still trying to I think it's arthritis. We're still trying to figure out what it is. They just have diagnosed me with hypermobility for now.
Robert Marcato.
Yes.
Did you ever observe Mr. Marcato coming to the house to remove your father because of an injunction or any reason?
Yes.
Okay. During that event, did you see your mom waving a gun at him or anything like that?
No.
Scott Amatuccio. How often would Mr. Amatuccio come to the residence?
He wouldn't come over that often because he did live far.
Okay. Wilma Nichols. Do you know a Wilma Nichols?
Our neighbor?
Okay. Did Miss Nichols come by and socialize with y'all at all?
No. We've hung out with her probably once when we first moved there.
Isabel, I'd started this with a discussion about your mom being arrested. Do you feel that it's imperative that you step up and tell this jury what happened?
I do think it's important that, I say what happened, yes.
Okay. And everything that you've testified before this jury, is it true and is it accurate?
Yes.
Okay. No embellishments?
No.
Nobody pressured you?
No.
And you've had your own advice of counsel, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, State?
Sir, may I please report?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Shaver, you need a minute?
No, I'm okay.
Let's see what the state says.
You said your birthday's coming up?
Yes.
Okay. And you're about to turn 16?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to pick on you, but these microphones and the recordings are recording everything. Sometimes it's hard to understand mm-hms and uh-huhs and things like that. Okay. So as much as possible, try to remember to say yes and no.
Okay.
And if you say it, because we all do, I'll probably correct you. And it's just to make sure the record's clear, okay? All right. Now, the events that we are talking about, obviously, are some much longer ago, correct?
Correct.
All right, we're talking about stuff that happened in 2015, 2016, correct?
Right.
And some of this stuff that you've talked about is even older than that.
Right.
And so when we are talking about time frames in November of 2015, how old would you have been then?
2015. I'm be 16. So I would have been... I'm awful at math. Oh my gosh.
6 and 7 years old. Sounds about right? Okay.
Okay, yeah.
And there's obviously been a long passage of time since that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes. Sorry.
That's okay. Now, it's fair to say that you don't want anything bad to happen to your mom, correct?
Correct.
You said you were very close to your mom. She's like your best friend.
Yes.
And that you definitely want your family to stay together.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Correct.
Yes? Okay. I want to talk to you, before we start talking about the event that led to your mother's arrest, I want to talk to you about some of the other stuff that you had mentioned. At one point, you said that your dad would drug your mom to put her to sleep. Do you remember saying that?
I do.
Okay. And during the course of this case, you've actually been talked to by law enforcement, by the Children's Advocacy Center, and myself.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fair?
Yes.
And that interview with law enforcement would have been at the time of your mother's arrest in 2020.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. And then you went to the Child Advocacy Center and were asked questions about things that were going on a few months after that, correct?
Yes. Correct.
And then the deposition where I asked you questions about this was in this calendar year, 2024.
Yes.
And there are going to be some times that I'm going to go ahead and refer to those various statements, and I've got the transcripts of them so you can review them if it helps refresh your memory, all right?
All right.
Have you reviewed any of those?
Yes.
Okay. And previously when you talked about the allegations about your dad, quote, drugging your mom, you were 5 years old at that point, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And what you described is you would see him put some sort of powder in a drink and give it to her.
Yes.
Okay. But when asked what he put in the drink, you didn't know, correct? All right. And you didn't know what it was.
I don't.
You don't know where he would get it.
No.
And quite frankly, you have no idea what he was putting in that drink.
Yeah.
Okay. But you don't know where it is or where it came